Hello again, everyone. Thanks so much for coming back to join me twice in one day. Unlike my cohorts, I usually don't go live 2 or 3 times in a day. So this is unusual for me. But we wanted to catch up on the testimony from this Beata Kowalski against Johns Hopkins Hospital. So here we are. Thank you to all my mods. I see you in the chat. I know you guys are working really hard today. I know you are. And in fact, I said, Rochella and Pete, go watch your shows. We can rotate in and out of here because there's a lot of you here tonight. I don't want you to feel obligated like you have to come in because it's a lot for one day. I know it's a lot. To those of you who are new, hello and welcome. I'm Melanie Little and I am a recovering lawyer. I come to you with 30 years experience in New York state and federal courts, and I am not a cupcake. I can't make everyone happy, and I am not always going to make you happy either. Somebody commented on the video that I did earlier today that I seem very biased towards the plaintiff and that the best legal analysts are the ones who are impartial like a jury and don't show any opinion, and that my opinion, my focus on this case is probably skewed because I watched the documentary. Again, I'm going to say it louder for those in the back. I am not a cupcake. I am not going to make everyone happy, and I am not going to sit here and not have an opinion. I'm just not. It's kind of like if you were a chef and you invited me over for dinner at your house, and while we were eating dinner, I said to you, you know, the best chefs really went to the Culinary Institute of America. If you don't like what I'm cooking, you don't have to eat it. Well, that's another one. I like that. That's another one, right? Just like a jury, my opinions are going to be clouded by my own personal experience, by my experience as a lawyer, by what I know about the law, what I know about procedure, what I know about evidence. I'm a constitutionalist. Sometimes my views are going to be for the plaintiff. Sometimes they will be for the defense. Sometimes they will be for the prosecution. Sometimes they will be for the defendant. It's going to depend on the case, and it's going to be on a case-by-case basis. And I welcome respectful debate. I do. But don't come onto my channel and tell me that there are better legal analysts out there because they don't have an opinion. And if that is your opinion, then certainly please go watch them. Go watch the live court feed on Law and Crime without anybody talking about it, and just watch it for yourself. If you don't want my opinion and you don't want my commentary and you think there's other people who do it better, fine. Just go watch them. It doesn't hurt my feelings. It really, really doesn't. I am old enough now that I don't care. You're not going to hurt my feelings. Trust me, you will not hurt my feelings. I've been through it all. I've heard it all. It's okay. It's okay. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you. And I also am going to say, please, 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 please be respectful in the chat, because we have at least 2 or 3, maybe more subscribers in the chat who are very, very well versed in this subject, CRPS, which is the subject of this lawsuit, because they actually suffer from CRPS. So please be respectful in the chat. You have no idea what it's like if you don't know anyone who has ever had it. And it is rated according to the evidence that we just saw from the defense. I'm going to point out on the McGill pain scale, the #1 most painful disease known to man. Okay, so keep that in mind as we go through the evidence in this trial. And what we are going to start to watch today is the actual evidence. Video 1 that I did with you was an overview of the case and what the case is about and the facts of the case as we know them, based upon not only my viewing of the documentary, but also extensive review of the court file, deposition transcripts, articles, and lots of things that I used to tell you about the facts. Today, and then the second video that I did, we looked at the opening statements and we watched them together, and I gave you my opinion on the opening statements. I told you that, in my opinion, I thought the plaintiff started off very weak. I thought that he did not introduce himself to the jury, the judge. He didn't introduce his team. He didn't welcome his client. I thought he started off very weak. There was a lot of things I disagreed with in his opening statement. I did not think it was very well organized. I thought he kind of hit his stride in the middle. And he kind of was able to get it back, but I also thought it was too long. I thought there was too much detail, and I thought he could have made a more compelling story. As far as the defense opening statement, I told you what I thought about that too. I thought it also was too long. It got a little too technical for me. There was some verbiage in there that I completely disagreed with. And as a lawyer, as a mother, as a human, there were some things that he said in his opening that really turned me off. And in my opinion, they may also turn off the jurors, because really this is about what 6 people are going to decide. 6 people. And thank you, Rochella, for correcting me on this, because in New York, in a civil trial, you need 5 out of 6 jurors to agree on a verdict. In Florida, you need a unanimous verdict in a civil trial. It has to be 6 out of 6 unless it is stipulated otherwise by the parties. And I told you, and I admitted I did not read the thousands and thousands of pages in the court file, but I did not see any stipulation to agree to a less than unanimous verdict in this case. So I am going to assume, unless anyone knows to the contrary, that they need to have a unanimous verdict in this case. 6 out of 6 must agree on the verdict. Something else that I find very interesting about Florida law, and as you know, I'm a New York attorney, so we are all learning Florida law together. If you don't live in Florida and you're not a practicing lawyer in Florida, this is another very interesting difference between New York and many, many other states. In fact, I think when I looked this up, there's only 6 or 7 states that allow the jury to ask questions of the witness, which I find very interesting. And you're going to see one of the witnesses that testifies today is actually driving home. A juror comes in with a question, and they have her come back to answer the question on the stand. Never would fly in New York. Never. In New York, as the attorney, you are expected to do your job, and you are expected to get the evidence that you want out there. And I mean, I think it's fascinating that the jurors are allowed to ask questions. I mean, I can see both sides of that argument. So that's pretty interesting. They're also allowed to take notes in this case, which is something a lot of judges do. But the fact that they're allowed to ask questions, I find to be very interesting. Okay. So what we are going to do now is we are going to go on to watch the testimony of 4 witnesses who testified on day 2 of this trial, which was on Friday. Courts are closed today for Yom Kippur, so there was no court today, which gave us a day to catch up. So for those of you who were fasting today, I think your fast is over now. I hope it was an easy fast, and good Yom Tov. Now, so we're going to watch it on a little bit higher speed. I'm going to start at 1.5. We are going to maybe slow it down when they play the 911 call. I'm going to put out a trigger warning on the 911 call. The last video that I did with you earlier today was demonetized by YouTube almost immediately, and I'm not sure why, and I don't really care. But I'm going to ask you if you could please, when you're writing in the comments, do not spell out the word of the name of this pharmaceutical that is the subject of this lawsuit or a big part of this lawsuit. If you could just use the word K instead of spelling it out, maybe that will help. It may be one of those words that YouTube is like, remember George Carlin's 7 dirty words you can't say on TV? Well, apparently there's a lot of words you can't say on YouTube or even put in your title or in your description, or they will block you, demonetize you, put you on some sort of blacklist. I really don't know. And I really, it's, the 10 cents they're going to pay me from the views on this video is not going to make or break my day. And I think it's a very important topic to talk about. So it doesn't matter to me. I just try and put K in the comments. And also do not, any links that you post in the comments will be automatically blocked, because obviously I don't want people posting links to things that could have a virus or things that could have, pee in them or anything such as like that. So if you do post comments, and some of them are very, very lovely until I get to the end, and then there's a link posted in there, those will not show up in the comments. Doesn't mean I don't see them. I do read them, but they will not show up. Okay. Alrighty then. So we are going to get started. The first witness we are going to see is a neighbor of the Kowalskis. The second witness is the brother of Jack Kowalski, who's Maya's dad. So it's Maya's uncle. The third witness is Kyle, who is Maya's brother. And the fourth witness is Maya's teacher. Okay. All right. I have the closed captions on. We're going to get started. I am going to give you my commentary, whether you want to hear it or not. So feel free to share your thoughts. Let me know that you can hear the video. It's too fast. We can always slow it down. And here, yep, hit that like button before I press play. I'm waiting. All right. All right, you guys, here we go. This is the first witness. The plaintiff puts on their case first. They call their witnesses, and then, of course, they get to do direct examination of their witnesses. The defense attorneys get to cross-examine those witnesses. And then at the end of the plaintiff's case, that is when the defense will start calling their witnesses, etc., etc., and then closing statements, and then jury instructions. Then the case goes to the jury. Okay. If you have any questions regarding procedure, comments, concerns, you know what to do. And here we go.
Hi.
Name, sorry.
Please state your name for the record.
Brandon Woodward
And where do you live?
in Stonewalk subdivision in Venice.
And have you been called here as a neighbor of the Kowalskis based on your observation of Maya and certain other matters? And tell us a little bit about yourself. Where were you born?
Sykesville, Maryland, right outside Baltimore.
You go to school there?
I went to, yes, born and raised and moved down to Venice until 2007.
Okay. You go to college there?
Yes, Mount St. Mary's University.
And when did you move to Florida?
2007.
Before that, tell us, was it for a job or what was your first job?
So my first, kind of convoluted, but I had an outside sales position with a fiber optic company that I'm still with. And I was there for about 2 years working for that company, and we relocated the company to Sarasota. So that's what brought my wife and I down here.
Okay.
Is that too fast for you guys? Are you okay with this? He's a neighbor. The purpose of his testimony is going to be, and I haven't watched this in full myself, but I believe that the purpose of his testimony is going to be his observations of Maya. Okay, we're gonna slow down a little bit. That just means we're going to be here together a little bit longer. If that's okay with you, it's fine with me. His observations of Maya before her diagnosis and after her diagnosis. So he's sort of a non-party, impartial witness that I think is going to give his observations, but we will see. Scott's getting paid in cupcakes. What do you think of the best cupcakes? Sprinkles, Magnolia? Put your favorite cupcake company in the chat so that I can send my moderators some cupcakes. I don't know. He probably, that 1.5 speed is probably the actual speed at which I talk. I am not sped up, but I'm going to slow him down to 1.25. Let me know how that is for you guys. Okay.
And so how long have you lived in the state?
Since 2007.
Obviously. Okay. And how far do you live away from the Kowalskis?
4 houses.
4
4 doors
houses.
down.
Tell us about the community Stonewalk. About how many houses? How big is it?
It's around 70 houses. It's one big loop, so there's no through traffic. Everybody takes walks. Everybody knows each other. Very friendly community. It's kind of kept us there for a long time.
What road is it off again? It's off of.
It's off Venice Avenue.
That's right. And do you know a lot of the neighbors there in addition to the Kowalskis?
I think we know every single neighbor. There's maybe 1 or 2 that are snowbirds that
Mhm.
don't live often. There's maybe 1 or 2 rental homes, but I'd say like 95% of the neighbors, we all know each other very well.
All right. And is there you keep in touch through things like a group chat or other?
So
methods?
yeah, there's several ways we keep in touch. There's a group, there's a neighborhood email. So the HOA uses that, or, anybody can use it really just to send bulk emails out to contact people. And then we have another, I think it's called the Nextdoor app. A lot of people use to send out information.
Do you remember when the Kowalskis moved down? 2014?
Yes.
How long did it take before you got to know them?
Days probably. Jack, the whole family was always outside. Jack, I have to drive right by their house to get to my house. So every time we're driving in or out, Jack was always outside doing some kind of work, always had a smile on his face, always waving. Kyle was always outside playing with other kids, football a lot.
And did you have kids?
I have 2 young kids, yes.
How old are they?
Well, they're currently 12 and 10, but act 30.
So, and do they play with the Kowalski kid, or did they play with?
Okay, so 2 observations. First of all, I hate the Nextdoor app. Does anybody use the Nextdoor app? I just hate that. It's just people talking about the most nonsensical stuff. And if you have notifications for that app, you should turn it off because you're going to get 7,000 notifications a day. Obviously, they're not going to want to sponsor my show after I said that. And number 2, it sounds like they live in a very lovely neighborhood. Does anybody ever remember when years ago they would have like a welcome wagon in the neighborhood, and anytime a new family moved into town, everybody would come over with muffins, and they called it like the welcome wagon, and that was such a nice thing. But anyway, that's the picture he's painting for me of the kind of neighborhood that the Kowalskis lived in.
The Kowalski kids once you got to know them?
So when the Kowalskis first moved in, my kids were very little. So depending on the month we're talking about, going on around 2 or 4. So they were kind of more the annoying little kids wanting to play with the big kids.
Right.
But they tried.
Okay. And so did you socialize with the Kowalskis once you got to know them?
Yes.
Tell the jury some of the different things that you did with them, either just them or with other neighbors, so that they have a feeling for how well you knew them.
So we became very good friends with them very quickly. And I can't tell you an exact day or how it happened. There's on our street, when you pull into the neighborhood, there was probably about 5 houses of neighbors of couples. We became very close. So when we'd have get-togethers on the weekend or a barbecue or kids swimming in the pool and adults sip on wine, it was pretty often. So it just kind of happened where they were included into that group very quickly. I don't necessarily have a day, but
that's all right. About how many times a week, once they moved in 2014, about how many times a week did you see them?
Well, you would see them every day.
And
Stop and talk to them when you're out walking the dog or taking a walk with kids or kids riding bikes or every day.
And then, so they know, did this include both Jack and Beata Kowalski?
Yeah. So we're in Florida, so the weather's always nice. So most evenings where Jack was outside finishing up some kind of project around the house, Maya's coming and going outside. Kyle, like I said, was usually playing with other boys like football or baseball. They played sometimes too. And Beata would be staying at the bench, which is still there to this day, out front on the front porch driveway. Beata was out there oftentimes with either coffee and her laptop or wine and a book. Or
for those of you just joining, the closed captioning is often incorrect, and I just want to correct Beata's name. Her name is Beata, and it's Beata, and she's the wife of Jack, mother of Maya and Kyle. Beata, Beata. She was a Polish immigrant who emigrated here from communist Poland when she was 16 years old, became a nurse, an IV nurse. For those of you who are just joining that may not be familiar with this trial, Kowalski versus Johns Hopkins, which is the trial that, or the case or the story was depicted in the Netflix documentary, Take Care of Maya.
Okay.
Pretty common occurrence.
And holidays. Well, let's try that. Would you say you saw them how many times a month, maybe for a social occasion?
Probably at least so. You got roughly 4 weekends in the month. So probably at least 2 of those.
And did you socialize as a couple?
Yeah, it was a lot of couple hangouts.
And what is your wife's name?
Christine.
Now, were Christine and Beata friends as well?
Yes.
And did they do things together?
I wouldn't say separately, just the 2 of them. It was
Couple of couples?
Yeah, we didn't leave the neighborhood much because we didn't have to. So it'd be rare for us to go out to dinner or something like that. But it was usually we'd hop between those couple of houses on who would host some sort of get together.
And did that include holidays?
Yes.
All right. And tell us, was there an event for 4th of July? If there's so, describe it.
Every year, one of the neighbors would host a big 4th of July kind of block party, driveway party. So whoever was hosting might tweak it or change it a little bit. But Jack did it for two years in a row. So Jack has a huge tent that neighbors would help put up that basically covers the entire driveway to give shade. And then all the neighbors would come over. Everybody bring a dish, cooler of beer, wine, and sodas and waters. And, it was a huge cookout potluck style party.
And then during these, the bike parade, was there generally a parent that would take video of it for everyone?
Multiple. And then there's a couple of retirees in the neighborhood as well that also would record.
All right. And have I previously shown you what has been identified as 2528-1.29, which is exhibit number? That is the exhibit number from the July 3rd, 2015 bike parade?
The video and a picture. Yes.
All right. And so first we have a photograph, and that's been agreed to by council.
Yes.
The first photograph, and if we could show that, please. And that is, Kelly, can you identify the specific one? There you are. Okay.
Let's get into evidence first.
Yes. Sorry, Judge. Move to admit trial exhibit 2528-1.29. Photograph dated July 3rd, 2015, a neighborhood bike parade.
Okay. The court receives that exhibit.
and may we publish?
Yes.
So who's this?
On the bike in the middle, that's Maya.
Okay. And approximately what time of day was this?
It was blazing hot. 6 p.m. We had a bike parade for the kids where they decorate their bikes and do a lap around the neighborhood, and
Okay. And was she moving fairly well from what you observed?
perfectly normal.
And do you know who that is there to, I guess, her left, our right?
Kyle.
Okay. He usually does not wear that beard.
He might still sometimes, but I have not seen it on him.
All right. So let me also ask you about proposed exhibit 2692 as a video of July 3rd, 2016 at a neighborhood bike parade. It's approximately 1.5 minutes before. Can we please show it to the court?
Is this in evidence?
This is not in evidence. It is only 1 minute if the court could see it, and I'll further with the predicate.
Members of the jury, I'm going to need to send you back into your room for a few moments. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information. All rise for the second.
This goes along with the perils of watching a live trial, is that they send the jury out, they bring them back. So what we are going to do is we're going to skip through this because we are pretending kind of like we're on the jury, right? So if we're on the jury, we are not going to see what happens here with regard to whether or not this video that he wants to show is going to be admissible. We're going to skip forward to when they call him back to the stand.
-003 and 2710.
And that is Maya
And then
sitting
it's
at the
demonstrative
plaintiff's
aid
table.
only,
She's
not
17 years old now.
788.
So, Mr. Anderson, after I make a ruling on 2692, you can then say, move in those other numbers, and then the defense can say no objection, and I'll admit them.
Okay.
Anything else before I bring the jury in?
Yes, I believe that, yeah. 2528129 is already in evidence, so I don't think we need to announce that, do we?
Correct.
Let's bring in the jury.
Notice how everyone stands up when the jury comes in and out of the room. It's a respect thing, and I love that they do that in Florida. We do that in New York too. You also do that when the judge comes in the room or leaves.
Okay. Please be seated, everybody. Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and you received no information. Is that all correct? Okay, I'm going to go ahead.
Okay. Can anybody tell me why he just said that to the jury? And I think this may be something new based on the Murdoch trial and the fact that Murdoch might get a new trial because clerk Becky Hill was talking to the jurors every time maybe they left the room or maybe not. So he's going to confirm with them every single time they come in the room and sit down that they didn't discuss the case with anyone and they didn't look at anything. And that's the right thing to do. And he's being very careful based on that whole Murdoch thing. Thank you, Matt Bond, for that Facebook group. I will share that later. I just don't want to interrupt the flow right now, but I starred your message, so it'll come up later.
Go ahead and receive into evidence exhibit 2692. Mr. Anderson.
Also move into evidence 2582-002, 2582-003, and 2710.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, court receives 2582-002, 2582-003, and 2710. You may continue, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, we had, I believe, just shown you this photo of the neighborhood bike parade with Kyle and his beard. Did something happen? Let's strike that. Before we get into that, tell us about Jack Kowalski from your perspective as a neighbor. What kind of man is he?
You probably couldn't ask for a better neighbor. Yeah. So I think if you asked him for the Jack, I just need the shirt off your back, he'd probably give it, no questions asked. But he's done a lot of things for me, a lot of things for a lot of neighbors. Just well, I think that's kind of how he kicked off his painting business, not business, but helping people paint their houses, interior, exterior. Somebody would see him doing work at somebody's house and they'd ask, hey, I need help doing this, especially a lot of older neighbors. But always willing to help out, always around to help out.
Would you describe, I'm sorry, Would you describe Jack as somebody that wears his heart on his shoulder or is more quiet and stoic?
Oh, no.
Action, leading.
No, it's alternative.
I've already overruled it.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely hard on the shoulder.
And in terms of being able to, strike that. And tell us about Beata.
The first and biggest word that comes to my brain is strong. She was a very strong person, strong personality, but very fun to be around, very loving. I have a good handful rather of stories of her kind of needling and joking with me specifically on some little things that I'll always remember, but great person, loved her family,
Good sense of
loved all the
humor.
neighbors.
Do you have a good sense of humor?
Yes.
Now, and what about Maya? Up until July 3rd, 2015, did she appear to be a healthy child to you?
Yes.
Move well?
Yes. She was always out and about doing something.
Okay. Now, I want to take you back to July 3rd, 2015, the neighborhood bike parade. Now, either that evening or the next day, was there an event that occurred involving Maya Kowalski that was unusual from your perspective?
Etched in my brain forever. So it was actually the night that evening after the bike parade, and we got back to Jack's house. The whole neighborhood was there doing the potluck dinner thing and barbecue. I can't recall what time it was. It was dark. It was in the earlier evening. I went into Jack's house to use the bathroom, and when you walk in the front door, he's got a very wide open, grand living floor plan.
Do we have a photo of that for demonstrative aids only, Your Honor?
Members of the jury, I understand that this photo is going to be a demonstrative aid. This photo is actually not going to be received as evidence.
So if you could describe a
This
little
is
bit what's
so
going on.
the front door is actually just slightly to the left of the pillar you see, which is where I walked in. And there was a handful of people over by the bar stools you see. On to the right of those bar stools is the kitchen area. There was a couple parents in and around the area. I don't recall exactly how many, 4 or 5, not many. And as soon as I walked in, I heard what was it's a very difficult noise to describe. It sounded like almost gasping panic, but somebody being insanely hurt at the same time.
Did it sound like a child or sound like an animal?
It sounded like a kid. I almost thought it was a kid trying to make a terrifying noise. And I kind of chuckled like, what is that? And then I realized the look on these other adult faces was not panic, but
Was this the reaction when?
it was a reaction of fear
bunch
of
of
not knowing
parents?
what to do. And then I realized it was a child. So I figured this was not my business or my place. Something was going on that was pretty serious. And I slowly backed out of the house.
Did you see whether Maya was on the floor at that point?
I couldn't visually see her.
Okay.
I saw Jack kind of hustling about in that area, and I just assumed it was one of his kids, but I did not visually see.
Did you later learn that that was in fact Maya?
Yes.
So from that photo we saw then during the parade a few hours earlier to this time over the course of how many hours would you say it was?
Purely guessing 3, 2.5.
So you observed Maya moving around well and then knowing but hearing her on the floor with that sound.
Yes.
Right. What happened after that?
I believe Beata took her to a hospital or a doctor. Jack stayed back.
Did you
Overruled.
And then a lot of the neighbors kind of started to filter out. We all kind of knew something had happened. There was a big cleanup involved at the party. And that's my last recollection of that night,
put a big damper on the party?
pretty much.
Okay. And when was the next time that you saw or heard from Maya?
I can't exactly recall. I just remember her being back at the house. I don't necessarily have a specific timeline of.
Was this a matter of months, say around Christmas of 2015 or?
Well, after that event happened, everybody was checking in on them. How's Maya? What's going on? And kind of the answer was, we don't really know. So I think it's just something you do as parents. How's your kid? You constantly ask and check in. I revert back to, our kids were at the bus stop at the same time too.
Right.
So when you walk down to the bus stop or just when we take our dog out for a walk, they're always outside. You pass them. What's going on? How are you? How are the kids? How's Maya? That just became daily talk.
Just for the reference point of July 4th time period up to Christmas and after, did you ever see Maya out? And if you did, was she walking or was she in?
No, wheelchair is all I remember. And if we were at Jack's house, inside the house, there wasn't walking. She'd use her arms to move around and kind of crawl up onto a couch, onto a seat. There wasn't
Okay. And so did there come a time when you saw or understood that the Kowalskis were leaving for Mexico for
Yes.
treatment?
Yeah. So I can't remember the exact timeline. A little bit later in the year, they had a doctor that was helping Maya. They were very hopeful. My wife actually went over to see her the day before they flew out.
Mm-hmm. They gone for a while?
I want to say it was a full week.
Okay. All right.
from what I remember.
All right. And then once they came back, did you have an opportunity to periodically, on a regular basis, see Maya over the course of the spring of 2016?
Yes, often.
Tell the jury about what, if anything, you noticed about her condition.
She seemed to be getting better, and in my opinion, just looking in, not knowing all the details, this one treatment she went and had, I thought that was it, the one treatment, one and done, and she's on the mend and better.
But still in a wheelchair. But
Still in a wheelchair, but
overall physical
strength
health
getting better.
Mhm.
She liked to get in the pool. I believe they put in solar just to keep the pool water warmer and more comfortable, so she could keep getting strength back in legs.
Got it. Okay. And so then through the course of that year, did there come a time when you had another July 4th parade in 2016?
Every year we have them, yes.
And was that filmed?
Yes.
And with the court's permission, then we would publish the video from 2692 in evidence. Now, if you could narrate a little bit here.
So this looks like the very start of the parade. That's Jack kneeling down in the black and white shirt taking pictures.
This is the neighborhood.
No, Donna Marie, that is not me. And it is so annoying. And it is whatever attorney is really close to his microphone keeps shuffling the papers. And earlier when I was listening, I have an earbud in now, just one. But if you have headphones in, it is really annoying. So yeah, just want to tell you that it's not me.
This is the neighborhood. That's actually my house straight in the middle.
Okay.
Maya's driving the golf cart right in the middle.
Okay, let's come forward.
Our other mutual friend is riding in the passengers up front.
Okay. Now Maya's able to sit up there.
Yeah, she drove the golf cart all the way around.
So
She
this
couldn't
was-
ride the bike this year. So our friend Pat, that was, I believe, his a golf cart he got from work. So he brought that just so Maya could be a part and drive it around.
So if you're strong enough by July to press down on the pedal there in the golf cart pedal,
Yes.
what if anything?
Hold on a second. What's the legal basis?
Lack of knowledge.
Overall.
From what you observed, was she able to press down on the pedal?
Yes.
Golf cart. Keep going, please. All right. These are neighbors.
Some more neighbors. That's my daughter right there. More neighbors in the back.
And they're-
This is me in the gray shirt coming up. That's my real little daughter. I'm walking behind right there.
Jack's discovering humidity. Is this the Kowalski's house?
No.
Okay. Where's the Kowalski's house from here?
From this image, it's, hold on. Go straight down to your right. It's out of frame, but right to the right.
Okay. Similar to these.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So now after this, when was the next time that you remember something happening with Maya? Did she continue to be around the neighborhood or did she disappear again?
I don't know. We see her often. A lot of the neighborhood get-togethers kind of filtered more back to Jack's house, though,
Mhm.
because for mine to go anywhere, it was wheelchair. But, we see her often.
In the fall then of 2016, did there come a time when Maya again left to go to the hospital, in this case, Johns Hopkins?
Yes.
All right. And were you there and around the time when she was going off to the hospital?
Yes.
Was there any weather event that was causing, or that not causing, but a weather event around that time that you recall?
I don't recall.
All right. Hurricane Matthew, do you recall when that came through?
I do, kind of.
They blend together,
Yeah.
really, unfortunately. Okay, so when was the next time that you really recall seeing Maya?
I don't recall seeing her until after she came home from the several-month hospital.
Okay, so would this have been into the new year then, into January?
So my youngest daughter, her birthday's December 28th. We have a birthday party for her after New Year's. So it was right after that, early January.
Okay. And then was there any type of reception or thing that went on for Maya, to the best of your knowledge?
Yeah, so there was I think everybody that lived in the neighborhood, they knew she was coming back. A lot of people made signs and banners, especially the kids.
Let me show you, if we could, 2582 Is it 002 or 32? That's the photo. All right. So is that the photo of the reception?
So this is right at the entrance of the neighborhood, and yep, that's right when they pulled in.
Okay, and then 00325820003, if we may publish. And what is this?
Welcome home sign.
Okay, and then we previously shown you, but with permission, Judge, we would like to publish 2710, if you could.
Yes.
Thank you.
Remember when you gave that whole bag of Hopkins? Say, Maya, we are so excited to see you. So thankful you're home. She went on dogs.
Okay, now, after this, were you there when they tried to get Maya out of the car?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
Well, that day and many after, she couldn't. She had no strength. There was pretty much no muscle to her legs. Jack had to pick her up and put her in a wheelchair and push her around, pick her up to move her anywhere or anything, not just in and out of the car.
Was she able to keep herself upright without people holding her, hugging her, or otherwise?
No, not really. I remember when she'd sit on the couch, she had to put pillows on both sides of her too.
Compared to when you had last seen her leaving for the hospital to the time that you saw her, can you, the time you last saw her leaving to go to Johns Hopkins to the time, this period, this time right here, the homecoming, can you describe to the jury the change, if any, in Maya?
The only word that really comes to my mind is emaciated. So I was over their house a lot. Like I said, especially after she came home from the hospital, hopping from house to house is a bit more of a challenge. So I think Jack was happy to have some company in his house too. So I saw a lot of Maya. Very, very thin. Like I said, no muscle mass in her legs at all. No color. No strength to her arms. She couldn't do anything.
What was your, go ahead.
I remember her texting from her bedroom to Jack if we were in the kitchen. That's how she get a hold of him. Hey, I need, help moving or going to the shower, bathroom, whatever. Jack literally had to go physically pick her up and do everything with her.
So you didn't see any improvement whatsoever when she got back?
No.
Did she go get better or get worse from Johns Hopkins?
Definitively worse.
And so what, if anything, crossed your mind about how, given what you were seeing, this child's future be held physically?
Sorry, ask the question again.
Sure. From her condition, right, when she came home, what, if anything, what, if any, concerns did you have about Maya's future physically?
That was a long road. So when she first went and got the first treatment in Mexico and came back, like I said, my personal opinion of not knowing any details of the treatment or her, what the disease was, I had this impression it was this one and done, and she's better because she was getting better so much quicker, getting strength back and getting back to normal. When she came home from the hospital, I can't tell you a set time, but I just remember it was such a long road for her to be able to do anything physically. Months and months.
And did there come a time when you saw her graduating from a wheelchair then to crutches?
Yes.
And was that a significant period of time?
All driven by Maya. I remember Jack saying she's bound and determined to not only walk again, but I think she wanted to ice skate. And I thought maybe there was something else she wanted to do physically, like, I don't know, gymnastics or something. But hard work by Maya.
And then eventually, was there another period of time when Maya began to try to graduate from the crutches to walking?
Yes. I mean, that was always the goal for her. She had her sights set on getting totally back to normal. So.
And was Maya the type of child that would instantly tell you if she was hurting, or was she quiet about
I
something?
never heard her complain about anything.
No matter what?
Never.
Okay. And let's talk a little bit about Beata over this period of time from when Maya went off to Johns Hopkins until the end there. Were you seeing the Kowalskis, that being, I guess it would be Kyle and Beata and Jack, over that period of time, the fall of 2016, while Maya was gone?
Yes.
How often did you see them?
Same deal. I think Jack was outside even more if he wasn't doing something, working on, trying to get Maya, just occupying his brain.
Mm-hmm.
So still a lot.
What was the effect on Beata as time went on?
Absolute crushing stress. The whole family.
Was there a change in her personality from what you saw?
She became a lot more reserved, at least, for me.
Was she becoming more withdrawn?
Yes.
Did she have the same sense of humor that you had?
No, completely gone.
And between Jack and Beata, first, how often were you seeing them in any social modes? As much or more or less?
No, not as much. We all knew this was going on, where, again, this crushing stress thing of trying to get their kid back. So, it wasn't.
Were
I
you
think
there?
a lot of us felt odd at saying, "Hey, let's go party." That wasn't happening.
As a couple, were they more withdrawn?
Yes.
And at least in front of you, I don't know if you saw this or not, but did there appear to be any stress there, or either individually or collectively?
I can't really speak to that. All I can tell you is, again, the best way for me to describe it is just this crushing stress on the family and the household. Whether there was additional between Jack, Kyle, Jack, Beata, or whatever, I can't specifically state.
Well, was there any particular event where you recall seeing either on a holiday or just regular weekend event or something where you saw something that indicated to you just how bad it was?
Yes. We had a New Year's party with a couple of those houses with a couple of neighbors that were, previously mentioned, we're really tight with. So the next door neighbor to Jack had just a handful of couples over for New Year's Eve, and at midnight when the bell dropped, Beata just broke down, completely broke down.
Describe it for us a little bit. What was she doing, and then how did it come
Well,
about?
the ball drops, usually kiss your spouse or say Happy New Year, and she lost it. So just started crying. All the others tried to console her.
And so that was not such a good news. Now, Kyle, as long as you have known him, has he been a bodybuilder type or more on the thin side?
Always.
Okay. And I don't know, there was an allegation about malnourishment or some idea that these children were not being properly fed or kept. Can you tell
Commentary by the attorney.
Sustained.
the jury about how Jack and Beata took care of these kids in terms of feeding them, taking care of them, sure they had exercise, making sure they were always provided for?
Well,
That was a great recovery because that was an objectionable question, the way it was phrased, and he made a very quick recovery. A lot of attorneys get very thrown by an objection like that, and they will have trouble rephrasing the question in a way that will override the objection. But you can see he's very skilled. He did that very quickly and very easily. A lot of attorneys can struggle with that, so I think that was well done. And now we're going to hear what this witness has to say about his observations on how the children, what condition they were in prior to her 3-month inpatient stay at Johns Hopkins.
when we go to the bus stop in the morning, on the walk back, my kid would always run into Jack's house because he had always had good snacks in the cupboard, and he'd always have extras to share. So the cupboard was always fully loaded. So my kids would steal little snacks from Kyle, and I guess Maya, she ate them too. But Kyle was always outside. I think he's still outside all the time. Other boys in the neighborhood, they play football, baseball together, but always doing something physical. And when they were little, I actually remember, I'd be in Jack's driveway talking to him, and they'd be playing football and picking teams. And I distinctly remember kids always wanting Kyle on their team because he was one of the better ones. You'd win if you had Kyle on your team.
Now, do you remember the night that Beata died?
Yes.
Was there any event that reminds you of that night?
So my youngest daughter's birthday is December 28th. Kids are out of school. They go out of town for Christmas and New Year's. So we always have to have her birthday party in January. So we have her birthday in January when there's actual kids that can come. We have same group of friends from neighbors come over. And Jack and Kyle came that night, but Beata did not.
Okay. Anybody asking where she was or any excuses or anything?
Yeah, we asked, and didn't feel good or headache. And she sent a gift. She went out and brought a gift for my daughter.
Okay, let's listen up here, because this, if you saw the first 2 videos that I did on this case, this birthday party is the birthday party that we speak about the night of the incident with Beata. So again, thank you, Ms. Donna Marie, for the trigger warning. So it was his daughter's birthday party that Jack and Kyle went to. So this is important.
and a gift.
Okay. And what was the next thing you knew or saw or heard about Beata?
Well, on Sunday, that was a Saturday night. Sunday mornings, I wake up, go out and get breakfast for my wife and kids early. And on the drive back in, when I left, everything was normal. When I drove back into the neighborhood, there was, I don't know, 10, 12, 15 police cars at Jack's house with EMTs.
Did you go in?
I did not go in the house.
Okay.
Jack was outside in the driveway.
Did you see Jack?
Yes.
What was his condition?
Distraught, crying.
All right, I'm going to slow this down to regular time because I think this is compelling testimony and I think it deserves to be heard at the speed with which it was delivered.
How long were the police cars there? Do you recall? A long time.
Hours, many hours. I got out, gave him a hug, told him if he needed anything, call me. And then
Did you see Kyle?
I did not see Kyle.
He had gone by that point and been taken. Or...
I'm not sure.
Mhm.
I wasn't sure if he was in the house or if he left.
Now we've gone over the reunion party, but can you tell us a little bit about what it's been like for Jack first since, we'll strike that. Did you see Jack very much immediately after, in the period immediately after Beata passed?
Yes, still saw him a bunch.
Tell us about that.
It was more just trying to console a friend.
Mhm.
You don't want to intrude, but you want them, you want
Let 'em
them
know.
someone to know you're there.
And was he striking? Have you noticed any changes in Jack afterwards in terms of his, not so much about taking care of the kids, but just he himself and his enjoyment of life or his activities?
I mean, yeah, the whole family.
Tell us about it.
Well, I don't know how to put that into words. Just completely life changing. Just things are different. The whole family's just great, super caring family, but something just happened where it's just different now. They're still great people, but
And so you're still good friends.
yes,
You're still will have some of his wine.
still do.
And
Still
I
enjoy it.
understand there's controversy about his wine though.
I think it's just with you.
I'm the only one that doesn't like
Yes.
Jack's wine, so that's better. In any event, to this day though, is there still a change in Jack from what you knew before?
Yes, but like I said, it's difficult to put into words. If you've ever watched, I mean, the family's changed.
Mhm. And do you see Maya or Kyle as much anymore?
See Kyle often when he's washing his boat after he goes fishing.
Mm-hmm.
So he's still outside, but he's not playing football in the front yard anymore.
Okay.
Maya
activities
babysits
are
our
a little bit-
kids. She's been doing that for a couple of years.
Okay. And does Jack come around as much on the social scene, or is he
Yeah, we still hang out a lot.
try to keep him going?
Yep.
Come on with the shuffling of the papers. Wonder if the defense attorney's doing that on purpose or if it's the plaintiff's attorney. Somebody needs to tell that guy where the microphone is and to stop doing that.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
I just have a few questions. It sounds like you've known the Kowalskis for a long time.
Okay, this is a defense cross-examination of this witness. And my advice is she better, in my opinion, she should treat him very gingerly, and she needs to be very, very careful with this witness because, in my opinion, he's made a very, very good witness, a credible witness, a caring witness. I think she needs to handle him with kid gloves. I may even not even question him. I may just say I have no questions for this witness because, we'll see what she does. Let's see.
And you're a really good supportive friend, or at least you try to be. Is that fair?
Yes.
I just want to draw your attention back to the July 3rd, 2015 incident at the house that you talked about. Okay. We're on the same page. Okay.
Yes.
My understanding from what you've said is that you didn't actually see anything happen to Maya, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, at the time you heard this noise you described, you didn't even know it was Maya. Is that fair?
When I first walked in the house, yes.
When you actually heard the noise that you described, you didn't know that it was Maya. Is that correct?
No, I after about 10 seconds, quickly put it together that it was Maya. When
Oh,
I
you
first
did?
walked in the house, I just thought it was some random kid just making some god awful noise.
Oh, I must have misheard. I thought you said you figured it was one of Jack's kids, but I didn't know that you had determined that it was Maya.
But whether it was within 10 seconds or 30 seconds or yes, but the other parents and adults there as they were filtering out, yes, it was very quickly realizing it was Maya.
Okay. All right. But as far as what you know, you didn't know of anything physical that had occurred to cause that noise, correct? And as far as it could have been a panic attack for all you know from what you've heard. Is that fair?
I wouldn't classify it that way, but
Okay.
I'd say no.
Can we agree that you don't know what caused
Absolutely.
her to have that,
Yes.
to make that noise? Is that
Yes.
fair?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I want to focus on the time frame. So just to put us on the same page, Maya's admission to Johns Hopkins All Children's was October of 2016.
Okay.
Okay. My understanding is that you were aware that they had gone for some treatment back in November of 2015.
I don't remember the exact times
Okay.
and dates, but
But do you remember them going somewhere for treatment?
yes.
And I think I heard you say you figured it was going to be one and done. They were going to do that treatment and then that was going to take care of everything.
I think it was after the fact when we saw her, what was to me being perceived as much better than before she went. I just thought, oh, this is a big, expensive one and done treatment. And this helps clear up whatever it was.
Okay. All right. So are you aware of all of the treatment that she was getting between, let's say, December of 2015 and October of 2016?
Very minimally. So not in detail, no.
Your
Just the-
knowledge is very minimal, is that what you're
Correct.
saying? Okay. And can you describe what Maya's condition was in the weeks leading up to going to Johns Hopkins?
Before she went in? Right before, you mean?
Yes, sir.
She seemed to be getting better and recovering, getting strong. Specifically, like what I can really speak to is strength in her legs, because I just distinctly remember her crawling around, using her arms to get around. Something about legs, putting pressure on legs or using legs either hurts. So there was this avoidance of using legs.
Okay. So is it correct, though, that she never walked again between December of 2015 and entering into Johns Hopkins?
I don't recall.
You don't recall one way or the other?
One way or the other.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge, sir, about what Maya's condition was, or on the day before she went into Johns Hopkins?
No, I don't recall specifically.
Now, since Maya's been discharged and been home and leading up to today, you certainly have noticed that Maya's been able to participate in ice skating. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. And other activities, correct?
I knew she did ice skating.
Is that the only thing you're aware of?
Yes.
Are you aware of how good she's doing in school?
Everybody's aware of that.
Okay. All right. 1 minute, please.
But you, so far, I haven't had any contact.
Hold on a second, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, are you done?
No further questions.
Sorry,
No further questions. Oh, he gets to,
no questions.
he's going to redirect. No redirect. Okay. No redirect. All right. So thoughts, concerns. I'm going to tell you what I think, whether you want to hear it or not. And I know some of you don't. Let's see. I'm going to take this off the screen for a memento. Okay. Give me a 1 in the chat if you think he was a credible witness. Give me a 2 in the chat if you think he was full of nonsense and you didn't believe a thing he said and you found him to be biased and completely in favor of the Kowalskis without any reason to be. So number 1, if you found him credible. Number 2, if you think he's full of crap and the jury shouldn't believe him. Now, this is an interesting part of their trial strategy to call this witness first on their case in chief. He is a non-party witness. He's a neighbor. You can see that his testimony was very limited, that he was not allowed. I think there were some motions that took place ahead of time where they limited his testimony to not be allowed to speak about Beata's death. You'll notice that the questions were very carefully crafted, so he didn't get into that area. And his testimony was solely about his observations. I believe he was also called to the stand to authenticate those videos because he took those videos. So those videos, in my opinion, are very compelling evidence as to the condition of Maya before she could ride a bike. And then after that treatment, so it was the July 4th party in 2015 when she was riding a bike. Then that incident happened where she was screaming in the kitchen. And the defense attorney, in my opinion, should not have even started with him. Should not have even started because, in my opinion, again, he threw her under the bus. She was not going to change his. In fact, he actually added some testimony. Like he said, when she tried to make him admit that he didn't really know that it was Maya who was screaming, he said, "Oh yeah, I knew it was her. I heard that god awful noise." So he added to his testimony and she opened the door to it. So it's in there. She opened the door. She asked him the question. God awful noise, the way she brought up, don't you think maybe it could have been a panic attack? In my opinion, that's not going to play well in front of a jury. Not going to play well. She should have just let him off the stand. In my opinion, tell me what you think. He got to get in there. He thought it was a big, expensive one and done. The defense treated him, Brittany says, like he was a planted neighbor for a conspiracy. Yeah, he was definitely upset. I thought he made a great witness. Don't ask a question you don't know the answer to. Do not. I don't know if they deposed him ahead of time, because if you do get somebody's deposition, you know what they're going to say. And that's the benefit of having a deposition, because then if they contradict themselves on the stand, you have the testimony to refer back to. And you'll see there's a lot in trials where they say, well, wait a second now. Do you remember giving a deposition on such and such a day? And then they'll shuffle through the pages and say, don't you remember on page 7, you were asked this question and you gave this answer. And now you're saying this. Were you lying then or are you lying now? I mean, that's the old attorney trick. And, plaintiff defense doesn't matter. Dee says she made a big mistake in trying to lead him into unwarranted speculation. Yes, I agree with you. It became a little, he got choked up about a lot of it. I thought he was a credible witness. And look, trial strategy, they called him first to set the stage. He's got no skin in the game. He's a neighbor. He's a friend. His observations of Maya being able to ride a bicycle in July of 2015. And by July of 2016, she could still drive a golf cart, which, as you recall, we saw some pictures in the opening statements of the dystonia that Maya had when she went to her first visit with Dr. Kirkpatrick, where her feet were turning inward. She couldn't bear weight. She was in a wheelchair. There's no way in hell she would have been able to press the golf cart pedal. Anybody who's ever driven a golf cart knows that it takes some strength in your foot to be able to press down on that gas pedal. And if you don't have full range of motion in your foot or strength in your foot, you're not going to be able to do that. in my opinion. Thank you, Matt, for your $2 super chat. Matt made a group. It's a Facebook group it's a support group for people who are suffering with CRPS and RSD and maybe some other chronic pain disorders. Matt, if you want to, I did not see the name of the Facebook group, but I will put it up on the screen. If you want to send it through again. Black Rose, thank you so much for your $2 super chat. I need Melanie on this case. It heats me up. I know it heats me up too, but all the cases with kids do. Okay, so Matt does suffer with CRPS, and he somebody had pointed out in the chat that oftentimes it starts with a traumatic injury, and he said his started in his left ankle after rolling it, spread to his right foot, then after falling. Yeah, and that can happen. It happens oftentimes because of sprains or another traumatic injury. I think in this case they're trying to say that Maya's started from an asthma attack. Great Dane mom. I'm in Boise, Idaho. I work next door to a holistic doctor who specializes in CRPS. She has clients from all over the world that come and see her. I see them out of my office window. Prayers and love for those in pain. Thank you, Great Dane mom. That is sweet. Lost in Oz. I only watch other channels when you appear as a guest because you are the coolest. Oh, thanks. I'm the coolest. And always right on. I never comment because I agree with your point of view always. And fine, I got nothing. Oh, we just love to have you here. Comment, introduce yourself. The people in the chat are lovely. They will welcome you. And it's a very, very warm community that we're building here. So please feel free to just chat with the others because as you can see, the chat moves very quickly and everybody's very friendly to each other. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. Lost in Oz. Christo Cedar, I can see my house from here. What do you mean? Do you live in the neighborhood? Were you talking about the video where they were showing the 4th of July parade? Audrey, hi Melanie and channel. I love your channel and your expertise regarding attorneys should be impartial. I love your response to that comment. You rock, born and raised in Suffolk County, LA, New York, Long Island strong. You rock. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And those of you who are from Long Island, thoughts and prayers to Farmingdale High School. They had a tragic bus accident the other day where they were taking, I think, the band upstate to a band camp, and the bus that they were driving in went off the cliff and rolled down the hill. And there are 2 teachers who were lost in that accident, and it's devastating for the entire Long Island community. Everyone, schools are back in session tomorrow, and everyone at my kids go to 2 different high schools. They are all going to be wearing green in honor of Farmingdale High School. So we see you. Our prayers are up for you, and our hearts break for you and your community. Sarah also is sadly afflicted and suffers with CRPS. She says it occurs most often following sprains, but bee stings and needles can be common culprits. That's interesting. Okay, so we're learning a lot about CRPS from our friends in the chat. Okay. Yes, Wendy. Yes, Wendy. Terrible, 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 terrible. Okay. Yeah, a train accident in Tampa. Okay, let's not try to cry just yet. Just yet. Maybe we will, based on some of this testimony. We might. Get your tissues. Get your tissues ready. Okay. Now we are going to the testimony, and this is the one. If there's going to be testimony that will make you cry, this might be it. We're going to the testimony of Robert, who is the brother of Jack. And I just need to fast forward a little bit to get to him because there's a lot of little motions in here as such. I think they even take a break. I'm gonna just speed him up a little bit until we get to a sensitive moment, and then I think we'll speed it back down. Otherwise, we'll be here all night. So, everybody ready? This is witness number 2 of 4.
And then let's move on. You can tell us which 10 they are?
May we have during this next witness, may our team decide which 10 and then.
Sure. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else from the defense? Okay, let's bring in the jury, please.
The judge also has a timer going, and they're only allowed a certain amount of time per side for questions, which is a little bit unusual. I've never seen that before. Look at Maya. Oh my gosh, she just breaks my heart. The strength it must take for her to sit there and listen to this.
Okay, everyone, please be seated. Okay, welcome back, members of the jury. I want to confirm while you were away on break, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and you received no information. Is that all correct? Yes. Thank you very much. Your next witness, Mr. Anderson.
Plaintiff's call, Robert Rynes.
Sorry about that, Mr. Whitney. Yes, I did. Ms. Whitney.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Robert Rynes.
And have you been called here to testify as Jack Kowalski's brother?
Yes, sir, I have.
Are you older or younger than Mr. Kowalski?
Younger,
By how many years?
about 5.5 years
Where'd you grow up?
in Chicago.
How many kids were in the Kowalski family?
Well, our extended family, my mother had 8 children.
Boys, girls?
6 boys, 2 girls. But we always had more in the house. We always had a cousin or we had a foster child at one point. So big loving family.
You went to high school in Chicago?
Yes, sir, I did.
And so Jack would have graduated well ahead of you.
Yes.
And what did he go to work doing?
During high school, we had a fire cadet program through the fire department junior and senior year. Jack did that and got into the fire service. And I eventually did the same thing. I worked as a volunteer up there. He went on in his life to eventually get hired full time, and I took a different career path.
What was your career path?
I've had several, but I went into law enforcement instead of firefighting at that time.
And where were you in law enforcement?
Up in Pinellas County, Tarpon Springs, Florida.
So you ended up from Chicago down here in Florida on law enforcement?
Yes.
And what roles were you serving in your law enforcement career?
I worked as a patrol officer for under a year until I made detective. And then I worked property crimes for just under a year again. And then I went into crimes against persons, which is all the nasty stuff, the sex abuse, the child abuse, the homicide, and the crimes against persons.
So in those 5 years, you learned how to spot child abuse?
Yes, sir, I did.
And why, after 5 years, did your law enforcement career end?
Burnout, really. You know, you do that job and you're professional and you go to work every day. And I definitely left on good terms, but you go to work every day and you do what you're supposed to do, but then you find yourself at home in the shower crying at night, and it takes a toll on you. And I had an offer at the time to go work for another company, and it was actually a little more money, and I decided that I was going to make that move.
And after you resigned from the force, did you leave Florida?
Yes, eventually. I went to work for that other company, and then in, I believe, 1997, I left Florida after my son was born.
And where'd you go?
Up to Indiana.
And what kind of work did you do up in Indiana?
We went to Indiana mainly because I had 2 stepchildren and a newborn son, and my wife had family up in Indiana, lived out in the country, and we decided that would be a better place to raise the children. So we went up there, and I worked as a butcher, which is something I've done since I was young on the side. I've always worked in butcher shops, and then also auto, marine, and airplane upholstery work, which is what my father and uncles all did. So I've always done that on the side as well.
So at this point in your life, you're living in Indiana. Is Jack still in Chicago at this point?
Yes.
And it was during this period that Jack met Beata?
Yes.
And living in Indiana, how far away were you from the Chicago area?
We're in Fort Wayne, so just a couple hours, about 2 hour drive.
So you had opportunity to regularly meet and interact with Jack and Beata together.
Yes, because my mother was still in Chicago. I had a couple brothers up there. So we frequently visited.
What was your first impression of Beata?
I loved her. She's just, she was just, a wonderful person. I respected her because she was very to the point. She didn't hold any punches. She told you how she was feeling. But she was just a loving, sweet person. Loved to teach me how to make pierogies, and she was a great person.
How would you describe their relationship?
Beautiful. We, coming from a big family, my mom raised us, and we were always taught to love each other and respect each other and respect everybody. And that's why we got into careers like we did, firefighting and law enforcement, because we help each other and we help other people. And Beata was that same way. And my wife is a nurse, and those are the people we've always chose to surround ourselves with, are people like us. And I'm sorry, I don't even remember what your original question was.
That's right. So your wife was a nurse and Beata was a nurse.
Yes,
So you and Jack had that in common.
yes,
Were you there for their wedding, Jack and Beata?
yes, I was their best man.
And where was that?
That was in Illinois.
In Chicago?
Mhm.
Do you recall what year?
Ooh, now you're really going to tug at me here. No, I don't recall exactly what. Yeah, I think it was like 2004, 2003.
Were you there when Maya was born or around that time?
Not there when she was born, but shortly afterwards, obviously, to visit.
How'd Beata strike you as a new mom?
Just, she was holding the light of her life in her hands every time you saw her. Just as proud as any mother could be.
And then Kyle came, what, 2 years later?
Mhm.
And you're still living in Indiana as Kyle and Maya are growing up in Chicago?
Yes.
How often would you see them on a yearly basis, if you had to
Um,
estimate?
Obviously all the holidays and birthdays and things like that, we get together. So probably, at least a half dozen to a dozen times a year.
And how would you describe Jack and Beata together as parents when Kyle and Maya were young in Chicago?
Just a great couple. Jack's my best friend. He found the light of his life and he was happy, and they were great together.
So as he was approaching retirement from the fire department, did he talk to you about a desire to move to Florida?
Mhm.
And he beat you back to Florida, is that right?
Yeah, he did.
So they moved to Florida in around 2014. You were still doing work in Indiana in the
Yes.
upholstery business, aircraft upholstery business at that point?
Yes.
Was there a particular job that brought you down to Florida around that time?
Yeah, I had friends in Florida in the aviation business, and a friend of mine who managed business jets for people. So if somebody has a business jet, they'll typically hire a management company to take care of all the FAA paperwork and that kind of thing, and maintenance. And he called me and he says, we have this jet that we manage that needs a complete upholstery job in it. And he says, I'd like you to bid on it. And I was a little shocked at first. I said, I don't live down there. And he said, bid on it. He said, it's good money. So I bid on the job, and it was worth my while to go down there and do the job. So I set up a trailer with sewing machines and everything and went down there and did the job. And that started my move to Florida because it was successful.
Where was that work? Which airport?
In Lakeland, Florida.
And were you living in Lakeland or were you living in Venice at that time?
At that time, we had a big motorhome. So I have another brother who lives in Lakeland. So I brought the motorhome down, and I was actually living in the motorhome while I was working at the motorhome was at his house.
And did Kyle and Maya have opportunity to come over and see you in your aviation business in Lakeland?
Yes, especially Kyle.
What do you remember about that?
Kyle loved to fly. I flew back and forth every day. Well, at that time, I didn't have my plane in the early stages. But Kyle loved airplanes, and he would come out and help me. I was building a new shop, and he came and helped me build all the tables to put the sewing machines in. And you know, we spent a lot of time together. Just a great, happy little kid.
What's he call you, by the way? What's Kyle call you?
Uncle Bob.
Uncle Bob.
That's
Did
Kyle.
Maya fly with you as well?
Yes, eventually, yeah.
She wasn't as big of a fan as Kyle.
No, I think she had a good time.
Okay. The job you mentioned that brought you down to Florida, who was the client or the customer for that job?
The owner of the jet, I remember his first name was Eduardo. They owned some banks in Mexico, but the pilot is who I dealt with, and his name was Abraham.
And I'm going to fast forward here for a moment in the timeline, because you're doing this work in the upholstery business for the pilot Abraham in 2014, 2015.
Mhm.
And just for a moment, just to fast forward a couple of years, in late 2015, Maya went down to Mexico for treatment. You were aware of that?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what the connection was there with Abraham and Maya's treatment in Mexico?
Abraham and his family lived in Monterrey, Mexico, which is where the hospital was that they were going to. He immediately, when I told him the story of what was going on, he immediately said, put me in touch with them and I will take care of everything when they get to Mexico. Abraham and his family met them at the hospital, and they were there for him the whole time. Anything they needed in Mexico. Gave Maya a big stuffed animal bear.
Do you recall if Maya, Jack, Beata were able to bring that bear back to Florida with them?
No, that's kind of a funny story because it was this big, real soft, big teddy bear, and it was too big for them to bring back on the commercial flight. So Abraham had to bring the plane back to me to finish things up, and he put the bear in the nose cone of the jet in a little storage compartment and flew the bear back up to Lakeland, Florida. And Jack and Maya came out and met us at the airport there, and we wheeled Maya up to the plane and opened the nose cone, and the bear just kind of fell out for her. It was just a cute moment, and a great thing for the guy to do.
Your Honor, I'd like to show Mr. Rynes what's been admitted as Exhibit 2530-020. We publish.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep, that's Maya getting her teddy bear, and that's Abraham.
So the gentleman there handing the teddy bear is Abraham,
Yes,
and Maya in the wheelchair.
yes,
Is that his plane right there in the background?
yes, with the hatch open on the right.
What kind of plane was it? Do you remember?
It was a Cessna Citation, or I'm sorry, a Cessna Mustang.
And this photo is January 30th, 2016. Does that sound right?
Yes,
So this was after her ketamine treatment in Mexico,
yes.
a month or two after. That's good. Thank you. All right. So I fast forward there to show the teddy bear coming back. But let's back it up a little bit. You relocate to Florida initially for this job in 2014, 2015. Did there come a time when you moved to Venice permanently?
Yeah, I think, once I started my second job, my wife worked in a surgery center up in Indiana, and we both immediately started talking about making a move to Florida. So we actually found a house in Jack's little circle. The neighborhood he lives in, it's really a unique neighborhood because all of the neighbors in there know each other and they all hang out together. And so we wanted that neighborhood, and there was one house for sale, and we came down to look at it, and the night before we got there, it went under contract. So we were a little heartbroken, but they were starting a new subdivision right across the street, and we ended up buying a spec home right inside the gate. So we were still probably less than a quarter mile from Jack, right across the street.
So Jack couldn't get away from you.
No, I found him.
And so this was, if I'm tracking, is early 2016 when you bought the house?
Yes.
And by this point, based on your observations, was Maya in pain?
After the Mexico, she was doing much better. She was greatly improving.
You had seen her before the Mexico
Yeah,
trip.
because I was coming down, doing the jobs on the airplanes. And even though I was in Lakeland, I would come over and visit. We would get together. But after Mexico, there was definite improvement. She was working hard to get better.
As 2016 went on, summer, it's almost the school year. Did her pain return?
Yeah.
What can you tell the jury about that?
I read Maya's face a lot. And, you know, you can tell when somebody's in pain. I have a lot of pain and neurological issues myself. And there was a day that stands out, and I think it was probably like September of 16, where we were at Jack's house, and the kids from the neighborhood, and there may have been a niece or nephew there, and Kyle and Maya, and everybody was in the pool and having a good time, and Maya was on a floaty. And I was just sitting there with my feet in the pool after a while, watching the kids, and I could see as time went on, she was hurting more and more. And she's a lot like her mom. She's a tough girl, and she wanted to stay in the pool with the kids, so she tried to fight through that and tried to stay in the pool as long as she could. But it finally got to the point where she couldn't take it anymore, and she floated over to me. She said, "Uncle Bobby, I need to get out of the pool." She says, "I hurt real bad." So I picked her up and I carried her in the house.
Was it shortly after that she went to Johns Hopkins, All Children's Hospital?
Yeah, I'm not sure of the exact date, but yes.
Did you ever accompany Maya or Jack or Beata to any of her treatments?
No, unfortunately, I wasn't allowed to.
So she goes into Johns Hopkins, All Children's Hospital. How did you first learn that she wasn't going to be coming home soon?
Jack and I talked every day, and he called me and told me, he says, "They took Maya." And I said, "What do you mean they took Maya?" And he says, "They took custody of Maya. They took her away from us." And me, like him, and everybody else, like Maya, like Beata, everybody was in shock, not understanding what just happened.
How would you describe your brother's reaction knowing that she couldn't come home?
Fear, which is something I've never seen on Jack's face before. I've seen him do stuff on the fire department that most people in this world would never try, dangling off of water towers and stuff. And I've never seen fear on his face.
Somebody asked if Jack was in the gallery. That is Jack. Right here. That is Kyle. Right here. I am going to slow down this testimony to regular speed.
But it was just,
Except I
scared.
can't get to the controls.
for the
One
first time
second.
I saw my brother really, truly scared.
Same question. What about Beata? How'd she react?
Angry. Jack and Beata were a little different in that respect, where Beata was, like I said, she would tell you how she feels, and Jack was kind of the opposite of that, where he would tell you how he feels, but just a different reaction, where Beata was mad and scared, and but definitely angry.
What about your nephew Kyle?
He was just a little boy. He was devastated, His sister, and they were close. They, a lot of little kids don't play together. They were in that pool all the time. They did everything together. And so, at 8 years old, I think he was at the time, he lost his best friend. I don't know the words. Shocked, scared, just unbelievable.
And you were aware at this point that the accusations by the hospital were that Beata had this condition and was a child abuser.
Yes.
Drawing off of your experience as a detective with child abuse investigations, had you ever seen any signs of child abuse in the Kowalski home? Jack Kowalski.
I think he's entitled to answer that question. The question was, have you ever seen any abuse in the Kowalski house? He's allowed to testify as to his observations. Has he ever seen any? I think it should be allowed. See what the judge has to say. Yeah, Maureen, brokenhearted.
Sustained.
When Maya was in the hospital, did you submit your name for a background check so that you could be a supervised visitor at the hospital?
Yes, I did.
Was your background check approved?
Yes.
Were you allowed to visit?
No, I was not.
Did the hospital ever give you a reason why?
Objection.
Overrule that question.
Oh, good.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Did the hospital ever give you a reason why you weren't allowed to visit?
They didn't think it was a good idea.
If the hospital gave him a reason and the hospital spoke to him directly, he's allowed to testify as to what they told him. In my opinion. I think he should have been allowed to answer that other question too. I was surprised that objection was sustained. A lot of people have commented, do you think that the judge is showing a lot of favoritism towards the defense? And, you know, you guys make that call, but I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. Oh, you know I will, Hudson. You know I will. He should be allowed. Yeah, if he passed the background check, what would their reasoning be for not allowing him to see Maya? This trial is supposed to go on for weeks. I can't imagine the strength it is going to take for her to sit here for weeks, day in, day out, day in, day out. I mean, I don't even, there's some adults that can't even do that. She's 17 years old. Kyle is 15 years old. There was a question in here about them zooming in. I'm going to go to that now.
The objection is
Thank you,
sustained.
Sarah.
Members of the jury, that last question and answer, you're going to disregard it.
Okay. Yeah. Disregard that last question and answer. Guess what? It's out of the bag, Judge. Now it looks like they're
How long
hiding
was Maya
something.
in the hospital?
I honestly don't recall. Several months.
Did you ever have the opportunity to visit her at the hospital?
No, I did not.
Who were you getting reports from during that time about Maya's condition?
Mostly Jack.
During the 3 or so months that Maya was in the hospital, how was Beata doing?
She was struggling. She was researching a lot about the disease, just struggling, trying to figure out how to get her baby home.
How was your brother doing?
Trying to hold the family together. In such an ugly situation, he tried to be the strong strong one and keep Kyle going and keep Beata on track, and just he was struggling.
January 8th, 2017. Does that date have any significance to you?
Yeah, it's my 50th birthday.
Can you describe how you woke up that morning?
Jack called me and said Beata just hung herself, and you need to get over here right away.
Did you rush over?
Yes, immediately. I told my wife Beata hung herself. I'm going to Jack's, and I took off across the street.
And you went into the house?
Yes,
Did you go in through the front door or the garage?
front door.
Where was Kyle?
Kyle was near the laundry room door, which is just to the right of the front door. And he was trying to get into the garage. Jack was yelling, Kyle, no, you can't go in there. He was trying to keep him back.
Can I stop you there?
Mhm.
Your Honor, we'd like to, at this point, publish 2615 and allow the jury the opportunity to listen.
Is it in evidence?
It is, Your Honor.
You may.
Oh no, I hope it's not a scene photo of
February 2017, 7 hours, 57 minutes, and 38 seconds. Damn.
911, what's the location of your emergency?
Hung herself.
What's the address? What city are you in?
Venice. Closest road is Lee Road. In Venice.
Is there a name to the neighborhood?
Kyle.
What's the phone number that you're calling from?
I'll give you my cell.
Tell me exactly what happened.
She hung herself in the garage. No.
Stay on the line. Are you with her now?
Well, I'm in the garage.
How old is she?
42.
Is she awake? I just have to verify.
She's stiff. Oh my God. No, Kyle, you can't go in there.
Okay, tell me why she looks like she's dead.
No, I'm a retired deputy fire chief. I know she is.
Do you think she's beyond any help?
Beyond, yes, rigmarole. I'm sure she's really
okay.
stiff.
I'm sending I'm sending someone to assist you. Please leave everything as you found it. Is there anything we can do for you?
Okay, just please get somebody here.
They're on their way.
I'm gonna bring my son to my neighbors or call my neighbor.
Okay. Can you tell me the address there one more time? Okay, they're on their way.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
The child that you hear crying in the background is Kyle, because remember, Maya is still in the hospital. She hasn't seen her family in 90 days because she was placed into state custody.
What'd you do with Kyle when you got there?
I grabbed Kyle and I asked Jack if he could call the fire department. And just told him I'm getting Kyle out of here. And I scooped up Kyle, and he's just a skinny little boy, and I grabbed him and took him home, and we sat in a chair in my living room for probably 6 or 8 hours crying.
Did you see Jack the rest of that day?
Oh, I'm sure I did when I brought Kyle back, or I don't recall honestly.
Maya was still at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
Yeah.
How long was it after that morning that Maya came home from the hospital?
Not long at all. I don't remember how many days, but it was pretty quick.
So emotionally, we can all guess how Maya was at that point.
Yeah.
How was she physically when she came home out of the hospital?
She was horrible, horrible. She had been getting so much better, and just to see her going from, improving every day to coming home and her feet were all turned inward, her toes were pointing at each other. Again, just looking at her face, the amount of pain in that child, I think it was worse than I had ever seen at that point.
So stepping back and comparing Maya physically to where she was in late September, early October of 2016 before she went in the hospital. In January 2017, when she comes out of the hospital, was she better or worse?
She was far worse coming out of the hospital.
What'd you do to support your brother in the next days and weeks?
I closed my shop down, and I stayed with him. I think I closed my shop probably for a couple months, and I stayed with him every day and helped him with paperwork, cleaning the house, cooking meals, whatever it took, just anything, just to be there for him.
As the Kowalskis grappled with their new life, did you have the opportunity to observe Maya physically rehabilitate herself?
Yeah, and she lost her mother, so she was obviously emotionally in a different place. But from a physical standpoint, she's a lot like her mother. She was just very determined, and she was going to work hard, and she wanted out of that wheelchair, and she wanted to walk again. And she worked out constantly through the pain. I would see her on the floor in front of her wheelchair doing exercises with tears coming out of her eyes, but she would fight right through it. And then one day, after she had finally gotten up on crutches, one day I come over and she's loading up her book bag, not to go to school, but she's putting all kinds of books in her book bag, and she put it on her back just to walk down the street to her friend Riley's house on her crutches. And she wanted that extra weight on her back for exercise and the practice so she can go back to school. She's a tough kid. And I love you, Maya.
How about your nephew, Kyle? How'd he do in the 6 months, year after he lost his mother?
Very introverted. I mean, how does any kid do knowing that they're never going to see their mother again? He struggled. He was very quiet, stayed in his room. didn't interact much with anybody. And I think it was, he was trying to grieve internally. And then he eventually, long term, getting to the point where he is now, he fishes. That's his outlet. He likes to fish. It's his place to get away. I think Maya immersed herself in her school books when she got back to school, and Kyle immersed himself in fishing. And Jack immersed himself in helping people again. I think he just, like I said, eventually turned to fishing to have his quiet time and to deal with this.
And my last question, your brother Jack, how has he changed since losing Beata?
He's changed the most, and he hides it the most. He's not as funny as he used to be. He's a dad and a mom, and he's the best father I've ever known. He's always been the best father I've ever known. But taking on the role of being a mother as well for those children, there's nobody in this world that could have done it better. He will do anything for his children. He, again, needed some kind of an outlet, and I kind of did too with the pain issues I was going through. So I think for my last 5 years living in Florida, I saw Jack more than my wife, literally, because we would get up every morning and go get coffee at Wawa and sit down and have a sandwich and talk to a couple old vets that would sit out there every morning, and we'd kind of hang out with them. And then we would go help neighbors, whether it be painting baseboards in their house or painting their house, or we kept busy helping people because that's what we were always taught to do. But he's changed in the sense of, I keep going back to humor thinking about this. Not that you're not funny anymore. He's a very serious person because he knows the struggles he has raising two children alone. I'm glad I was there for him. I'm glad he was there for me. I think we helped each other a lot, but he's different. He's just probably doesn't socialize as much. I know he doesn't socialize as much as he used to. There used to be a lot more gatherings in the neighborhood and everything that there is now, and he was always a big part of them. That neighborhood kind of became my community as well.
Your witness.
Okay, and that was the plaintiff's direct examination of this witness. Let's see what the cross has to. I don't know. I don't think they should touch him either.
Good morning, sir.
Hi, how are you?
Good. I just have a couple of questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to bring you back to the trip to Mexico.
Mhm.
With regard to that photograph with the teddy bear and coming back, is it your understanding that that was from the second trip to Mexico when they went back for a booster?
I do not recall honestly what the date was on that.
Okay, you recall that they did go back to Mexico a second time.
Objection.
Legal basis.
He already said he didn't recall.
Overruled.
I don't recall.
Okay, that's fine. And then let's talk about Maya's condition leading up to going to the admission at All Children's in October.
Mhm.
Okay. You would agree, sir, that she was in a significant amount of pain, expressed pain prior to that admission, correct?
She was in pain, but it was greatly getting better. She was getting better every day.
Okay. Are you aware, sir, of all the ketamine treatments that she was getting in the week leading up to that admission?
I knew there were treatments, and I don't know at what point I learned about ketamine specifically.
Sure. Sure. So are you aware that she was going to see Dr. Hannah on 9/27, 9/28, 9/29, 9/30, October 5th, and October 6th for ketamine treatments?
No, I knew she saw Dr. Hannah. I don't know dates of her appointments.
Okay. And just briefly, sir, about not being able to see Maya while she was in the hospital. Sir, you're aware that there were various court orders that were entered, or are you aware that there were various court orders that were entered regarding visitation?
I'm aware that I was notified that
Sir, I don't want
had permission.
I'm just asking if you're aware of the court orders. Yes or no?
That there were court orders that there was no visitation
Regarding visitation.
for other people, not for me.
Okay, sir. And all of your communications,
Okay, but remember the judge did not let him answer the question when the plaintiff asked him the question. What did Johns Hopkins tell you about why you were not allowed to visit Maya? They would not let him answer that question. But when she asks the same question and says, were you aware that there were court orders? Why is he now allowed to answer that question?
all of your communications with regard to whether or not you could visit Maya were with DCF personnel, correct?
The conversations about whether or not I could visit Maya.
We're with DC. So yes or no, sir? We're with all
I'm trying to
DCF
recall.
personnel.
Please give me a second.
Sure.
This is a long time ago. I can't say all of them, but I know some of them were. I don't recall if there were any with anybody that I don't even know who worked for the hospital. I know I did have conversations with people that work for the state.
Yes, sir. Thank you. 1 minute. Nothing further here.
Okay, opinions.
Any redirect?
Effective? Not effective. I mean, I see your opinions in the chat. Most of you are saying that she was horrible and that she should not have been questioning him like that. I think she should have said no questions, and she could have brought those points up through other witnesses when she had somebody testify about the court orders and then say, well, that's why he wasn't allowed to visit,
confirm,
right?
During the 3.5 months that I was in the hospital, you submitted your information for a background check.
Yes.
That background check was approved.
Yes.
You never had the opportunity to see Maya in the hospital.
Correct.
Thank you.
I like him a lot. I like that attorney a lot. He's another plaintiff's
Members
attorney.
of the jury, do you all have any questions for this witness? If so, just raise your hand.
Okay, so here is what I'm talking about. In Florida, the jury is allowed to ask the witness questions. Anybody who is an attorney in New York or who is law enforcement in New York who's ever been on the stand, what do you think about that? The jury can ask questions. That is New York is like, as the attorney, you got to get your case out there. You got to ask the questions. To have the jury be able to ask questions, that could be dangerous in certain cases. You know, if there's things you don't want to bring out in your case in chief, and the jury starts asking them, and now they're in. You know, you as a trial lawyer, you prepare your case very, very carefully and meticulously, and you know what evidence you want to, you craft your questions very carefully. You do not ask a question that you don't know the answer to. You don't want to open the door to certain things that you don't want in evidence. So it's very, very interesting. So, oh, this is an interesting question. If I can ask a question, I want the answers to what was sustained. That's interesting. So let's see if they have any questions and whether the judge will say, no, I've already ruled he's not allowed to answer that. We'll see.
Seeing no hands, sir. You can go ahead and be excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sure, had no questions for him. I think they were all wiping their tears.
Plaintiff, your next witness, please.
This would be Kyle Kowalski.
Okay, this is Kyle. This is Maya's brother, son of Beata and Jack. I have not watched this testimony. If anyone in the chat has watched this testimony
Kyle Kowalski, come on down, sir.
before we start it, can you let me know if there's a trigger warning on his testimony? I'm sure that whatever he testifies to is going to be very heartfelt and very upsetting, but is there anything really, really, really trigger warning about this? Because I want to know that before we get started. Kyle is the third witness. Then the last witness we will watch on a higher speed is the teacher, is Maya's teacher. Oh, huge trigger warning, says Brittany. Okay. Gonna leave this up. All right, you guys, here comes Kyle. I'm gonna leave it at regular speed, okay? If you want it faster, let me know, but I think regular speed is probably best for this witness. This testimony is about, not sure how long it is. I didn't write the time down on this one. Kyle is 15 years old.
Yes.
Okay. Hi. State your name for the record.
Kyle Kowalski,
Who's your sister?
Maya Kowalski,
Who's your dad?
Jack Kowalski,
And who is your mom?
Beata Kowalski.
Where do you live?
We live in a subdivision in Venice named Stonewall.
Okay. And do you recall about how long you've been there in Stonewall?
Yeah, we've been there since 2014.
Now, were you born in Florida or were you born someplace else?
I was born in Chicago and we moved when I was around 7 years old to Florida.
How much do you remember about Chicago?
I remember some events, but nothing major.
Okay. Let me show you, Judge, what's been previously agreed to at 25-28-041. May we publish?
Yes.
Is that you as a baby? I know you probably don't remember that one, but
Yes, that's me.
okay, that's your mom.
Yes.
All right. Now, have you since learned that your mom had some difficulties with you when you were born?
Yes, I have found that out.
What was up with you?
She had there was problems with her getting pregnant, and then when I was born, I also had neonatal thrombocytopenia, which is where I lacked platelets.
Okay. And did your mom help with that treatment?
Yes, she very much did.
What happened?
Well, the only platelets that I would accept would be from her, but since she just gave birth, she wasn't technically allowed to give platelets. So she checked herself out of the hospital, and she did the platelets.
Came back
Yes.
with the blood?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And you remember your mom growing up in Chicago?
Yes, I do.
Let me show you 25-28-007. Published, Your Honor.
Okay, we have a storm here, guys. I don't know. My internet just went out, but I did stop the video right where we left off. So I'm back. We did not miss a beat because I saw it go off and then I had to reboot and then I had to switch over from Ethernet to Wi-Fi. So we should be all here. And we are back with Kyle on the stand. Right where we left off. There's no sound right now. They are discussing something. Yep, supposed to rain all week here. I think there's a hurricane brewing down south, and we are getting all of the remnants of it.
Hey, members of the jury, we're going to take a very quick recess. I need you to leave your notes here in the red wells.
You can lurk anytime you like, Sparky. All right. Fast forward it a little bit and see if we can find where he comes back. Looks like the place.
Helps you to know investigation, you received no information. Is that all correct? Correct. Now, let me make a statement. You're seeing a lot of exhibits. I will tell you, when you deliberate, you will have all exhibits available to you. So don't think that this is the only time that you'll ever get to see an exhibit. And there's going to be times that we do not publish exhibits, but you will have all exhibits available to you during your deliberation. Mr. Anderson, you may continue.
That may be that they're not publishing them to the jury during the television coverage because they don't want us to see them. But he's saying that the jury will get the exhibits to bring with them into the jury room. So I'm wondering what exactly they're going to try and get into evidence right now.
Like, Kyle, before we were talking a little bit about your memories of you and your sister. Have you been close since you can remember?
Yes, Maya and I have always been close. She was my best friend. She was there since I was born, so we did pretty much everything together.
Let me show what's previously been marked into evidence as 2528077, permission to publish.
You may.
Now, what I want to find out, was this your place back up in Chicago?
Yes, that's correct.
And you and your sister are entering a mudding race, or this is one of the toys, it's just you two playing?
Yeah, so this used to be our favorite thing to do back in Illinois. We would ride this thing all day until the battery would die, and then we would just watch the battery charge up and just count down the time until we could ride it again.
All right. Now, did there come a time when your mom, and were you close to your mom?
Yes,
The
very
entire
much so.
time?
Yes.
I mean, sometimes kids get along well with their mom, sometimes not so well, usually the former, but you get along with your mom well?
Very much so, yes.
Was she easy for you to talk to?
Yes, she was.
Did you find her to be more on the hard side or more on the kind of compassionate side? How would you describe her?
In like what way?
Well, was she disciplinarian? She made sure you did the right thing, brushed your teeth, all that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And was she soft with you as well? In
Yes.
terms of being affectionate and so forth.
Yes, very much so.
Did she teach you about your heritage? Being Polish.
She did mention stuff about her heritage, and her dream was to take Maya and I and the family to Poland to see where she grew up, and that was one of her like lifelong dreams, was to do that.
With the court's permission, published 2528-106. It's in evidence.
You may.
That's a lot of exhibits
this?
if they're up to
So that
2528.
would be her childhood home where she grew up when she was a child.
And that's you there with your sister?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have relatives still over in Poland? Do you know?
Not direct family, but I think possibly cousins.
Okay. And did your mom tell you anything about her life over there or coming over before she came over here?
Yes, she told me how bad it was and how like the government had like a major say and like restricted on everything she pretty much did.
Did she explain to you about communism?
Yes, she did.
Was she happy to come over here?
She was extremely happy to come over here.
Okay. And tell us a little bit more about this trip. Did you, how long did you spend over there?
We spent a month over there and we basically visited throughout the whole entire country. Like we wouldn't stay in one area long. We would do all the cool touristy stuff and then we move on to another location.
Is your family fairly religious?
Yes, we are.
Were you fairly religious back while your mom was alive?
Yes.
Roman Catholic?
Correct.
Did you go to mass?
Yes, we did.
How often?
We would go to mass every weekend and then afterwards we would go to Sunday school.
Was that up in Chicago as well as down here?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And what was your church here? Good. Catholic church. Well, what was your church here in Venice area?
Was it Catholic? Is that what you're asking? Yes, it was Catholic.
Okay. But what's the name of it?
It's called Epiphany Cathedral.
Okay. All right. And then, do you recall moving to Venice?
I do recall moving to Venice, yes.
Okay. At that age, I know you were really young. Let's, with the court's permission, publish 2528-081.
You may.
Is this so soon after you moved to Venice or around the time?
This is actually before we moved to Venice. We took a vacation to Venice as a family to just check it out. So yes, this was actually before we moved there.
Do you have early memories of Venice?
I do.
And at least up until your mom passed, you happy in Venice?
Yes.
Okay. So now, you were going to school here. Where did you go to school? Elementary?
In elementary, I went to Taylor Ranch.
All right. And where are you going now?
I'm currently doing online school.
Okay. Before online, did you go to junior high or high school here?
Yes, I did junior high and high school in person before.
Okay. All right. So up until, let's say the July 4th, 2015, we've talked about here, you've been in the courtroom for. Can you tell the jury whether your sister, from your perspective, was healthy and active?
Yes, Maya was extremely healthy and active. We did stuff on the daily together. And from that point, she never complained about any pain or anything.
Okay. Was she pretty, like if she fell down, was she the type of kid that cried a lot, or was she the type of kid who held it in?
Maya was like the type of kid to hold it in. She didn't want to really just bother people about it, so she would hold it in.
Was that true of her throughout the whole time you knew her?
Yes.
Known her?
Yes.
All right. And so you said you did a lot together. Let me show you, court's permission, 2528-117.
Yes, you may.
And this is you two before she got sick,
Correct.
out in the back.
Yes.
Okay. Is that something that you two like to do a lot?
Yeah, that was something that Dad, Maya, and I would do a lot.
Fish out back there. Got it. And this is right out back of your house, the little lake.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. So do you recall your sister getting sick? Do you remember that day that she got sick, or were you there?
I remember the day, but not, it's like a little bit of a blur for me, but I do remember certain stuff from that day.
Let's figure out now if Maya was what, about 9 when this happened? You would have been what, 7?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any memories of it?
I do have some memories of it, yes.
What do you recall that day?
I remember her cough that she had. It wasn't like
That's really interesting that a lot of you are making that connection between why they brought out that she came from a communist regime, and that you're making that connection that what happened by Maya being taken away from her was that the only way out of it was for her to unalive herself. And that's a very interesting connection to make. And it'll be interesting to see if the jury makes that connection as well. I would move the logo down there to cover up the law and crime thing, but I don't think that's the issue. I think it was the issue of some language that was in the comments. And it must be a trigger word for the algorithm, because law and crime is usually really cool about, using their footage, and they encourage it because they want people to see their footage. So I don't think that's the issue. If anybody has any more insight into that, if you work for YouTube, let me know. But I use it on the regular. I mean, not as much as we have been using it, but I am giving commentary. So this is fair use, in my opinion. I don't think that is why the last video was demonetized, but who knows? As long as they don't take it down, we can still watch it.
Normal cough like that any other person would have. It was like a very deep, and it wasn't just a cough. It was her like crying and moaning and coughing all at the same time.
We have that clip previously marked into evidence. What is it? It's 2616. Just can you tell the court?
It's 2616, beginning at 106, ending at 120.
The one we previously played for the court.
Yes. You may play that portion.
Thank you. And what are we going to hear now? This is the cough?
Correct.
All right, go ahead.
Be strong.
Now, Kyle, tell us about that. Do you recall that episode?
I don't recall that particular one, but I do remember certain episodes that were very similar to that one.
Is that the cough?
Yes, that's the cough.
And when did that cough start? Was this after the 15th, the 2015 4th of July time period?
Yes, that's the first time I heard it, and then it progressed.
Okay. All right. And she had that for a long period of time?
Correct.
Now, after that point, then we're talking about the 4th of July when you first saw your sister get sick. Did you start having to go away a lot for treatments?
Yeah, she was always going away. I just assumed that they were just normal doctor appointments. I didn't really have a understanding on where she was going.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, she was starting to go away a lot more.
He was only about
And
7 at the time.
From your perspective, I know you were 7 or so, but was she continuing to not do well and or getting worse over this period?
Yeah, this whole like timeline of events, like starting from the 4th of July, it was all a decline from there in her progress, like her health.
Okay. And did there come a time when you recall her going off to Mexico?
I do recall that time frame, yes.
Now, did you go on that trip?
No, I did not.
So let me show you now. Well, strike that. So she was in Mexico for a period of time?
Yes.
And was that before Christmas of 2015, you recall?
I do not recall exactly.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But around that time in the winter of 2015?
I believe it was around that time frame, yes.
Well, let me show you trial exhibit 2530-003 in evidence. Move to publish.
You may.
Okay. Oh, and who's all that? Is that Christmas?
Yes, that is Christmas, and that's my family.
All right. Now, she had just come back from Mexico by this time?
Yes, now I remember that, yes.
Okay. Now, tell us about then after this period. She was in Mexico towards the very end of November, beginning of December. I think the evidence will show. And she went to Mexico. I want you to tell the jury about how she did after that, compared with what she was like before she went to Mexico.
Yeah, so after Maya got back from Mexico, she regained a lot of her strength, and also along with that, her happiness. And she was able to do stuff she was never able to do before. For example, Maya, like just even like unscrewing a water bottle cap would be very difficult for her. And then after a trip from Mexico, she regained strength back from all over her body, and she was able to do stuff that she hasn't been able to do since she was sick.
Okay. Well,
What a
let me
witness. He's
show
looking
you-
at the jury. He's speaking to the jury. He sounds like a gentleman. He testifies better than a lot of adults that I have tried to prep for testimony. I mean, this kid is a rock star.
Then maybe an example of this. This is 12. This is trial exhibit 2530-006 in evidence. Move to publish.
You may.
Okay. Well, this is just about 6 weeks after Mexico. What's significant there about Maya's feet?
They are a lot more straight than they were.
What were her feet like before she left?
They were turned in.
Like how? Like
They were turned in quite an amount, yes.
right. And did she have any choice in that? Is that something that she had any control over, or were they always like that?
No, she had no control over that. They were always like that.
All right. And so now in this photo here, where are you? You're in your pool or someplace else?
Yes, we were in our backyard pool.
Okay. And so how's she doing here? She doing better from what you recall her being before she had the long-term ketamine treatment?
Yes, Maya is most definitely doing better. She was never able to have that much motion with her hands up in the air like that, and she was never able to have her feet that straight.
Yeah, let's talk about that a little bit. Now, before she went off for the ketamine treatments in Mexico, did you know from watching her what parts of her body hurt her?
Yes.
Tell the jury the different areas that you physically saw or learned in some way that she was hurting in.
Yeah, what I experienced is a lot of the pain was in her lower extremities, but there was also pain in her upper extremities, especially with her arms.
Okay. And did you see different things other than the bottle cap where she would have difficulty holding herself up or getting herself around?
Yeah, she had like a belt for her wheelchair because she couldn't sit upright. And if there wasn't the belt there to hold her in her wheelchair, it would cause her to fall.
All right. And then if we look at moving on to exhibit 2530-027. Now this is about 3 months later in March of 2016. Move to publish.
You may.
Now what's that?
That is Maya again in her backyard pool.
Okay. And again, her feet, are they looking better?
Yes, they are looking a lot better.
Okay. And before, could she move them into that position like that?
She would need help before for her feet to be in that position.
Got it. Okay. All right. Yeah. Let's move on then and see how she's doing then in May 21st, 2016, and at trial exhibit 2530-041 in evidence. Move to publish.
You may.
All right. So tell us about Maya's ability to tuck her leg under like that before.
Yeah, Maya was unable to really have like any control over her legs. If she wanted to move them, she would have to ask for assistance to move them.
Mm-hmm.
And at this point, she was able to move them on her own.
Okay. So was she getting stronger?
Yes, she most definitely was.
And then continuing on, let's take a look at these in order. Yeah. All right. So let's look at trial exhibit 2530-050 in evidence. Move to publish.
May.
All right. What's happening here?
So that is Maya. She is trying to build upper body strength, doing some exercises on the walker.
Mm-hmm.
And I am there to help her, to assist her, because it's still not exactly possible, but she's very determined.
Okay. So by this point in July of 2016, was she looking forward to, were you looking forward to your sister getting out of that wheelchair and able to move around?
Yes, we all were, yes.
And so were there times, if there were allegations here that somehow that she was faking it or making any of this up, did you ever see her in a situation where the other kids were playing outside and you saw any emotion on her regarding her ability to join in?
Yes, I have seen stuff like that where I would be with my friends doing something outside, and then I could see her watching from the window. Yes.
And how'd she look?
She looked very sad, and I felt extremely bad.
Did she want to get out of that wheelchair?
She was extremely determined to.
So then all the way through here, July, and then did there come a time, within a couple months of this, 6 weeks or so, that she had a setback?
Yes, that's correct.
What happened there?
Her condition just went the complete opposite way.
Did you ever learn why? What set it off?
I believe it was something to do with schooling.
So it was more on like the psychological side than an injury or something?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so what was your reaction? Did you think this was going to hopefully pass pretty quick?
Well, I was extremely sad because I thought that Maya was going to get better like any time because she was doing the best she has been doing since she was 6. So when this whole thing went the opposite way, our whole family was absolutely devastated.
So well spoken.
Of 2016?
Yes.
Excuse me. Okay. And so let me show you then around the same time a video previously marked into evidence as 2698. I'd like to publish it to show, I want you to tell us about what's going on here. It's pretty self-evident. Move to publish.
You may.
Now, is that, her legs are straight there?
Yes.
And how's her upper body strength?
Her upper body strength at this point was very good. Swimming is something that both Maya and I love doing, so we would always do it together.
So she was even able to move herself around pretty well in the water.
Yes.
And how'd that make you feel that your sister could like do that, pull herself out of the water and pull herself over?
Well, yeah, she used to not be able to do that. So at that point when she was able to do that, it was showing that she was progressing, and I thought it was a very good thing.
But still not quite ready to walk?
Correct.
Okay, so she pushed herself around on her legs and like that, and obviously master a dolphin. Well, maybe not master a dolphin, but master a dolphin for a little while. And is this something that you all enjoyed?
Yes.
Did you know that your mom was filming this?
No.
We'd just like a predicate date for the date the video is.
Let's finish the publishing.
And is that your wheelchair?
Yes.
And y'all kept it right in that spot?
It moved a little bit, but mainly in that area, yes.
All right. And then when she wanted to get out of the pool, how'd you get her out of the pool and into the wheelchair?
At this point, she had enough upper body strength to pull herself out and then grab the wheelchair and push herself up. But before that, we would need to pick her up out of the pool and put her into the wheelchair.
Now, did you know your mom was filming this? Or
No,
was
we
your
had
mom
no-
filming this?
I believe it was my mom or dad, but we had no clue to film that.
Okay. All right. I think that's enough of this one. It's okay. All right. And let the record reflect that, again, that was in August 11th of 2016. Now, did there come a time then when your sister, after she had been, as you said before, got sick again and you were upset and worried? Do you remember the day that she went off to Johns Hopkins?
I remember it briefly. I remember that she was going somewhere, but I wasn't exactly sure where.
Okay. And did you know anything about the hurricane coming then, or was that something?
Yes, I did. I was under the understanding I did know the hurricane was coming. Yes.
Okay. And so your dad left to take her up there to where?
I believe it was John Hopkins.
And was that the last time you had your sister home until into January of 2017?
Yes.
And was that the last time home with your entire family, your mom and your sister and you and your dad?
Yes.
So if the record reflects that she went into Johns Hopkins on October 7th, 2016, and October 6th, 2016 would be your last day with the whole family at your home?
Yes, that's correct.
During this period of time, she was up staying at Johns Hopkins, is that right?
Yes.
And do you know, were your parents trying to get her out of there?
Out of John Hopkins while she was taken for the 3.5 months.
Yes.
Yes, my mom and dad were researching every night and trying to find a way to get her out of there.
Okay. And was it hard on them?
Extremely hard.
What did you notice from, I know you were just a kind of little kid, but what did you notice about it?
The stress that was added on my parents, that like it was unmanageable. They were trying every way to get Maya out of there, and they were determined and wouldn't stop until she got out of there.
What about their relationship as time went on? I know you were just a little boy, but did you notice any stress?
Yes, the stress in the family caused more arguments than normal between them.
Did they argue much normally, or was it pretty stable marriage from what you saw?
It
I
was
know you were
pretty-
just a
it
kid.
was stable, yes.
Okay. But now, what was the change
With me.
between them? Were they disagreeing? Were they?
Yeah, they were disagreeing on certain things. Yeah.
Mhm. Was it about how to get Maya out?
Yes, I believe there is a specific time where that there was a disagreement.
So this part of the testimony is all going to go to damages, and it's going to go to the deterioration of the relationship between the parents, the deterioration of the relationship, the falling apart of the family. And that's why all of this testimony is relevant. You know, we also talked about the fact that this trial is not bifurcated. So in New York, this would be a bifurcated trial where there would be one trial on liability only, and then the second trial would be on damages. This is all in one trial. So there are I see a lot of questions in the chat, like, why are they allowed to ask this? Why are they allowed to ask that? And that's the reason, because a lot of this testimony is going to go to damages and how much money the family is awarded based on the breakdown of these relationships. And in order to, because I think part of Kyle's damages is loss of parental care and guidance of his mother, they have to show what a great mother she was to show the value of the loss of that to him.
On that.
Okay. All right. Now, before Maya left for Johns Hopkins, I want to ask you about some things and whether you noticed any of them on her. Did you ever see what are known as lesions? You know what lesions are?
Yes.
Little round, angry, or streaky, almost a scrape looking with a lesion at the end of it on
Yes.
her. Did she have those before she went to Mexico? Did she have a lot of those?
Yes.
And did they hurt her?
Yes, they very much did hurt her.
Did you or your mom, your dad have to put cream or things on them?
Yes, there was a certain ointment and cream that.
Okay. And then when she, during this period of time before she went for the ketamine treatments in Mexico, then did you notice that she would be super sensitive to touch at different points?
Yes, there would be times, especially in her legs and arms, where if you, like even just the sensation from water touching her would be too much.
And then other days it would be fine?
Some days, yes.
Okay. Did you have good days and bad days?
Yes.
Tell us about Maya's pain at night. Did that cause the family, and I'm talking about before she went off to Mexico, did that cause everybody some problems about sleeping?
Yeah, most certainly. Maya would be up crying and moaning all night, and I'm only like about 10, 12 feet away from her room, is my room, and I would be up all night hearing her.
Did y'all ever do anything so that Maya could communicate while y'all were on the other side of the house?
Yeah, we tried walkie-talkies because my parents' room and Maya's room were on complete opposite sides of the house.
Okay. And was this hard on you, hearing your sister in pain like that?
Yes.
And so then, how about and if you notice them or didn't notice them, her movements then in her lower body, was she limited in her feet movements all the time? Talking about before she left for Mexico?
Yes, she would need help moving her legs.
Okay. And what else did you notice that was strange? Anything about colors of her skin from time to time?
Yes, around her knees would be extremely red.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then what about, and I don't know if you saw this or not at your age, but any heat sensations or cold sensations where she'd get super hot or super cold for no apparent reason?
Yeah, there would be times where she would ask for a blanket.
Uh-huh. And this is Florida, so how did that strike you in the circumstances?
Very confused.
And I know you were small. All right, so after the ketamine treatments over the course of that spring and summer of 2016, before she went into Johns Hopkins, did any of those, we talked about and seen the dystonia, but did any of the other symptoms get better?
After the ketamine?
Yeah.
After treatments, yes, the symptoms definitely did get better.
Okay, so tell us about the lesions. Were they better?
Yeah, the lesions, they started to cure. They got better.
And her movement, of course.
Yeah, the movement definitely got better.
Mm-hmm. And was she more comfortable?
Yes, and she was also a lot happier.
A lot happier?
Yes.
Okay. And she was still getting, after Mexico, did you know she was still going off for some treatments here and there?
I was briefly aware, not.
Okay, you weren't part of that a
Yeah,
lot?
I wasn't exactly.
Okay. All right. But for whatever reason, your sister was happier.
Yes.
So was she still having pain here and there?
Yeah, there was definitely still be pain.
Okay. Now, while she was, let's jump ahead and talk about at Johns Hopkins. At first, were you anybody allowed to see your sister, or was this, strike that. When was the first time you remember being able to go see your sister?
I do not remember the exact date, but I do kind of remember the day.
Okay. And tell me about that.
Yes, so I was extremely excited to see Maya because it's the first time I've seen her since she was taken.
Right. And then how was she in the hospital? Besides being excited to see you, but how did she look physically?
She was not doing good.
No?
No.
All right. And did you notice, or did she appear happy or sad about being in there?
She was extremely sad and wanted to come home.
Was she lonely?
Extremely.
And from what you saw, were you able to spend some time here and there with her? When I say time, I mean an hour or so, too?
Yeah, we were only limited to our time, how long we could be there.
And how long was that?
I do not remember exactly.
Short, long, half a day?
It was short.
Was it less than half a day?
Most certainly.
How did the nurses and people around treat y'all?
I do not really have an understanding of how they treated us, but I remember Maya talking about how like some of them did not treat her well, and they were talking behind her back.
Okay. From what you saw, was your sister enjoying her interaction with the nurses or not enjoying it?
Not enjoying it.
All right. And so, how often would you get to come up and see her?
As often as I was able to.
And what was it? Was it once a week, once a month?
I do not remember exactly, but I do know it was as often as I could.
But when we're talking about this period, October, November, December, and into January, then, can you give the jury idea, was this just like once a week or so?
Yeah, it was probably limited to around that time.
And how did that make you feel?
It was extremely sad, especially with the holidays coming up. We extremely missed her and wanted her to be home by the holidays.
Mhm. Was she home then for Halloween?
No,
Was she home for Thanksgiving?
no,
Christmas?
no,
Her birthday is sometime in December, isn't it?
yes,
Was she home for her birthday?
no.
Okay.
Remember, she's 10 years old.
And so then you obviously recall and just sat through the 911 tape, but you know when your mom passed away, right?
Mhm.
We're going to bring you back and talk about that a little later.
Okay.
But I want to skip ahead from there and talk about Maya's journey after she got out finally. Did she get out immediately after your mom died, or did it take a while to get her out?
It was not immediately after. It took a little time.
Do you remember how that affected you and your dad not being able to get her out?
Yes, on top of the death of my mom, it was extremely hard.
Okay. And do you remember how she was when she came home?
She was like the worst I've seen her. She was, all her symptoms that she had were extremely intensified.
All right. Did she have the lesions back?
Yes,
Were her feet back in the
yes,
dystonia? Was she weak?
very.
Describe how weak.
She would have trouble opening like a water bottle cap off a water bottle.
Again, right? Anything else? Was she able to get herself back up into a wheelchair again?
No, she needed help.
Did she need help with everything?
Yes,
Were there ever times when you thought you might lose your sister then?
most definitely, yes.
Whoa. Whoa. All those questions are being asked to refute the hospital's contention that she was much better after they kept her there for 3 months. So we've heard from a couple of witnesses who are testifying as to her condition and her condition as observed personally by them before she went in for the 3-month stay at Johns Hopkins and after. And their contention is that we helped her, we made her much better. And these witnesses seem to be saying the opposite.
So knowing your sister, did she try to get herself better?
She was extremely determined to get better.
All right. What did you see from your perspective? So let's see, you would have been what, like 8 or 9 by then?
Yes.
So from your perspective as her brother, how'd she do it?
She was working as much as she could to get better, doing all sorts of things to try to get better.
And what time would she get up in the morning to do it? Your call?
I remember that she would get up extremely early in the morning.
Like before 6
Yes,
to work out?
yes.
Okay. And do you know during this period of time if it was painful for her to do this?
Yes, it was.
Did you notice that? What did you see?
There's times where she would just break down crying because the pain was too much.
And did there come a time then when she was able to try to switch off of the wheelchair and into crutches?
Yes, eventually she gained the strength to be able to do that.
Now, was this a just all at once thing, or did she have to spend some time in the wheelchair and then crutches and back to the wheelchair and then crutches? In other words, did she have to work into it?
I do not exactly remember, but I remember the process from her being in the wheelchair to doing crutches was a long process.
Okay. And then from there on to being able to walk, did that take quite a while as
Yes,
well?
that did.
And we'll hear testimony about how long. All right. And so, but eventually she was able to walk, right?
Yes.
Obviously. Okay. Let's talk about her today, as she is today. Now, actually, I'll take that back. Do you remember her having a relapse after this?
Yes, I
couple
do.
years later?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you recall about it.
I recall that she had a relapse and had like bad symptoms again, and that both Dad and I were extremely worried again for her health.
Okay, did she go to the hospital again?
Yes, she did.
Did you? And how long was she in there? Do you recall?
I do not recall.
Was it a week? More than
I
a week?
think it was
less
a
than
little
week?
more than a week.
Okay, all right. And you went to visit her there?
Yes.
No problems getting in and out of that?
No
house?
problem. No.
And the once she got out of that, after that relapse, did she have to work again to rebuild herself?
Yes, she did.
And again, was that hard?
Yes, very hard on her family.
So after she got out of Johns Hopkins, within a couple of years, she had yet another relapse.
Yes.
And so how's she doing now?
She's doing good. I mean, that's today though. Like tomorrow could be completely different. Her pain varies on a day-to-day basis.
Okay. Are there days when she just doesn't want to do anything?
Yes.
Okay. Have you noticed that she has any physical reactions, any tics, any issues with her legs, anything like that?
Yes, there is still times where I do notice that.
Okay. Anything new that you've noticed?
Not recently, no.
Okay. And so she's able to get around real well now.
Correct, yes.
Are there days when she'll just lay in bed all day and
Most
not want to
certainly,
do
yes.
anything?
Yes.
And other days she wants to go to the beach and go out and have
Yes.
fun, right? Does she ever know from day to day what it's going to be?
It's completely unpredictable.
It's the nature of the disease, I think.
And since your mom passed, tell me what it's been like. Well, hang on. You know what? I'm going to bring you back to that. We're going to save that right now, okay?
I think they're going to recall him, which I think is a good call. I don't think they need to make him testify about his mother's seeing the aftermath of his mother's death
Let me ask you this.
right now.
Is it short or long?
Very short, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll finish this witness before lunch.
In 10 minutes or less, Your Honor. Okay, please, the court.
Yes.
All right, this is the cross-examination. He's almost done.
Thank you for coming. The audio of the cough,
Mhm.
You don't hear that anymore, do you?
Not anymore.
Okay. That cough that the jury heard about, you haven't heard that since your sister got out of All Children's, true?
Correct. I haven't heard since.
Okay. You were asked, and I know you were young, so I don't want to push you too much on details if you don't remember, but I think you told the jury there was a time period after that July 3rd, 2015 incident when your sister had to be belted into a wheelchair.
Mhm. I don't remember exactly the time frame, but I do remember there being a time where when she was in the wheelchair that there had to be a belt.
I love him taking control of that
I won't push
question.
any further, but do you know whether that was 2015, 2016?
Unfortunately, no, I'm sorry.
Okay. A little bit about the visitation. Were you in school while Maya was in the hospital?
I do not exactly remember. Yeah, I don't remember.
When you say to the jury that you weren't able to see your sister as much as you wanted to, was that because you were in school during that period from October to December, or do you know if that was DCF limitations?
I visited her as much as I possibly could, so that was nothing to do with school.
Okay.
He was 7.
When you did visit your sister at All Children's, some of the things you like to do were board games, Uno, things of that nature?
Correct.
Okay. Maya, during the period of, if you remember it, if you don't, that's okay. Maya, during the period of time from July of 2015 until she went to All Children's, was doing school from home. Is that right?
I do not exactly remember when she was doing school from home, but at some point she was.
Okay. I won't push you on it any more than Kyle. You're back in school now?
I do online school, yes.
Okay. Let me just ask you briefly about a couple other things about it. When when you were able to visit your sister in the hospital, you went with your dad?
Correct.
Okay. Your sister now, I think the jury's heard some stuff about how she used to ice skate before. Once she got back out of all children's during her recovery, she was able to get back out on the ice.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, she was able to, but with she did have some pain, so it's worse there to having to quit.
Okay. But you were able to go to some of her ice skating competitions.
Correct, yes.
She was able to jump again and do twists and those types of things.
Yeah, but eventually it was too much.
But she, go ahead.
I appreciate you coming, Kyle. I'm sorry for your loss.
Okay, I think that attorney is far better than his female co-counsel in that he was
Members of the jury, do any of you have questions?
a lot more gentle. You can let me know how you feel in the comments. But that is my opinion. I think they should keep him. they should let him continue questioning. Sarah, thank you again for the super chat. I think we addressed that one already. Okay, Matt, thank you for the super chat. Matt has started a Facebook group for people suffering with CRPS and other chronic illnesses, I imagine. And it is called CRPS Support Group on Facebook. He started that, I think, yesterday or today. So as a result of coming into this chat and finding all of us and all of you. So if you are interested, go to Facebook and join that group. DK, Melanie, how are the cameras allowed to focus on Maya? Does being a minor not matter? Or did they waive that when they went to court? It's a civil case, not a criminal case, maybe a little bit different. She is a minor under the law. She's 17. Anybody under 18 is a minor. But again, we discussed this last night. I don't think you were here, but we were discussing, you know, a lot of cases that we're waiting for decisions on whether cameras are going to be allowed in the courtroom, like Koberger, for example, which is a criminal case. So it's different. And it's also in Idaho, which is also different. Florida is very permissive when it comes to cameras in the courtroom, and Idaho is on a case-by-case basis. And I don't recall who was it, Court TV, who failed to follow directives in the Idaho courtroom where they were filming Koberger and they were zooming in on him. Everything the court said not to do, they did. They even were zooming in on, or people actually were able to zoom in on papers on the attorney's table, like, you know, privileged information, privileged documents. So that's a problem. And it's not going to bode well for future cases. And we all want to see it. So I think they have to tread very carefully in cases like this, because Koberger's attorneys will bring this up in court, not maybe this particular case, but they say, look, like this is what they're doing. They're zooming in on these kids. And here's another reason why we shouldn't have cameras in the courtroom. Becky, I wasn't going to file this case until I made a good job. You submit your phone. But I agree. I think it's an important case as well. Let's see here. When my older son died, my younger son just fished all the time. I'm so sorry. No parent should ever lose a child. That's heartbreaking. I'm so sorry. Murph's Turf. Do you think this would be challenging for the family given the hospital is following a court order? Yeah, I do. And we're gonna see how they're gonna get around that. You know, the argument may be that we covered this last night. I don't know. All the days are starting to blend together. Maybe this morning. They made an initial call to the CPS or the DCF hotline. The DCF people made contact with the treating doctor who did confirm that Maya had CRPS. The file was closed. And then I don't know if it was 24 or 48 hours later, this Dr. Sally decided to make another report and so set the wheels in motion. So I don't know if they're going to be able to hold the hospital responsible for that, but the fact that this case is not bifurcated and there's a lot of emotion here may lead the jury to hold them liable. So we're going to see what happens here. Thank you, Lisa Wilson, for your $2 super chat. Awesome coverage. Thank you. No, thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Wendy Peppercorn, for your $2 super sticker. I appreciate you. And Pierre as well for the $5 super chat. Putting aside the mother completely, the hospital didn't act in a healing manner. First, do no harm, right? Yeah, and I can see both sides to that, right? Some people in the chat are going to say, do no harm, in that we're not going to comply with her demands to treat her child with these K treatments. We're just not going to do it because we deem that to be unsafe, and we will not do harm by granting her wishes and doing this treatment. So, I can see both sides of that argument. Did they act in a healing manner? They're going to say that they did. And that's why we have a jury. A jury is going to make that determination. She did take meticulous notes about everything. And that's one of the reasons this case can be brought. Somebody brought this up. Donna, this was the first judge on the Gabby Petito case that another judge was assigned, same courtroom. I thought I recognized him. He did look very familiar to me. Interesting. Very interesting. All right, let's see some love to the like button, because we have one more witness who is the teacher, and we are going to speed through that at 1.5 times because not that her testimony is not important, but it is just not as heartfelt. We don't really need to hear it on regular speed. If it's too fast, you can tell me what you think. So I'm sure you will. So let me just fast forward to that portion. And we are already coming up on almost 3 hours. So let's see if we can. This was a 6-hour feed this day. But, there's a lot of breaks in here and there's lunch. So that's why I don't think live streaming this would be good. It may be better to play catch up every day, every other day, something like that, because we can kind of put it on a higher speed and we don't have to sit on this stream for 6 hours, which I think could be very tiresome. Okay, here comes my teacher. I'm just going to put it on 1.5. And here we go.
Hey, welcome everybody. Please be seated. Did you all have a good lunch? Yes. I want to confirm, while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and you received no information. Is that all correct? Correct. Plaintiffs, your next witness, please.
Good afternoon.
No.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Jackie Dietert?
And have you been called to testify today as Maya's gifted teacher?
Yes.
What grades did you instruct Maya in?
I taught Maya in 4th grade and in 5th.
Hold on. I don't know why the closed captions aren't working. So is there one?
Would you just give us the benefit of your background in education?
Okay, so I graduated from the University of South Florida. I have my bachelor's in education, and I have my master's in gifted. I teach the advanced sport class at Taylor Ranch. Right down the road.
How long have you taught at Taylor Ranch?
You're gonna make me sound old. 1990. I know I don't look like I've been teaching.
I was doing the math, but I won't do that.
I started teaching at 12.
Is that the first and only school you've taught at in the Venice area?
Yes. Why leave the most awesome place in the world?
And how long have you been instructing gifted students at Taylor Ranch?
So I got my master's, I think the year 2011, maybe 12. I was trying to get it done before my son went to college. So almost right after that. I actually had taught them before that. I just had been certified gifted, and I wanted to know more about that kind of gifted writing. So I decided to go get my master's. I think I've been about 15, 16 years now working with just gifted kids.
And what was your master's in?
Gifted kids with bright intelligence.
All right. So Maya was entering the 4th grade in the fall of 2015, is that right?
Yes. Mhm.
And how is it that students are accepted into the gifted program at Taylor Ranch?
So we're not a magnet school in the county. Pineview in Sarasota is the magnet school for kids qualified gifted. But if you don't want to go to that school, I would say about a third of my class is gifted, and the other 2/3 are high achieving. Their data, their scores from previous years gave them qualified in the class.
So did Maya test into your class?
Mhm.
And the first time you would have met Maya, would that have been when the school year began in 2015?
Correct.
What was your impression of Maya when you first met her?
So when I first met Maya, she'd come to my class in a wheelchair, and her parents brought her. And she was really excited to see the kids, real bubbly. You kind of wouldn't think she was in a wheelchair. She just acted and looked like a regular kid. And yeah, they just brought her in to introduce her to all the students. And yeah, she was real excited to be there.
And what about Jack? How did Jack strike you as a father?
Yeah, same thing. They were real excited that she could go to school, that they would just have a student pushing around or the teacher. Yeah, no, they were both very excited that she got in our program. Kids like to get in that program.
And same question for Beata. How did she strike
you? Mm-hmm. I kind of remember Beata kind of like looking at where would a wheelchair go? Where would she sit? I think if I recall, Jack was pushing her in, and Beata was kind of doing the, we split rooms, right? The 4th grade teacher and I share the kids. And so they were kind of looking around to where would Maya be? So when she gets pushed in, she'll be comfortable. Yeah.
You mentioned the other teacher. Did you co-teach this?
Right. So I do the math and science for 4th grade. So I only see them for about an hour and a half. And then 5th grade is my home room. And then my 5th graders go to the 4th grade gifted teacher for reading, language arts.
And so Maya comes to your class for the first time in a wheelchair. Was anything explained to you about her medical condition?
No, not really at the time, not from administration. I don't remember if Jack or Beata even said anything. We just thought she was a girl in a wheelchair.
Did Maya resemble her mother?
Yes. Yeah.
What about any commonalities you had with Beata? Were there any commonalities?
Well, I didn't realize it at the time, but a month or two later when we did Homebound, because I eventually ended up going to her home, yeah, I had a lot in common with Beata. She's Polish, and my grandparents immigrated from Poland. My grandmother lived with us. She reminded me a lot of Beata. They're from Chicago, and we're from Chicago. I went to Catholic school when I was in Chicago. So yeah, I really related well with the Kowalski family.
And did there come a time that fall, you've mentioned a couple times already, but this Homebound program, can you explain a little bit about that?
So initially she wasn't homebound. She was probably in our class for maybe a month. And then the county had, it wasn't Zoom back then, this was pre-COVID, some type of a Skype program. And we had to get authorization for a video camera to be in our room. And so for a month we tried that. Then it was hard because sometimes she would have physical therapy and stuff, or when we were teaching math or science or reading, she'd have something else going on or she didn't feel good. So after a month of that, then the county decided to do Homebound, where we'd go to her house and tutor her 3 to 4 hours a week, 2 hours in reading, language arts, 2 hours in math and science. And Mrs. Shepler and I split that, going to her home once a week after school and teaching her there.
So how often in the fall of 2015 were you in the Kowalski home?
Oh, a lot, at least once a week.
I feel like she talks fast anyway. So, because when you hear the attorney speaking, he seems like he's speaking at a normal speed, but her testimony is, I think, like 40 minutes long. So unless you guys want to be here all night, you can go back and watch it later at a slower speed. But I think we can all read what she has to say, and I'm going to keep it at this speed for now.
And explain, if you could, Maya's mobility around the house at that time.
So yeah, initially she'd get around with her wheelchair. And she would get, I would pick her up and put her onto like the bar stool. And sometimes she would like to do studies there. Sometimes it would be the kitchen table. Sometimes she'd like to be on the ground. I think just to stretch out her legs. But then after a while, she was always in her room. So I don't know how long I've been there. I'm trying to think like what the time frame was, maybe October, November. And then most of the time when I went there, down the hall and turned to the left, she was in her room, laying in her bed, and I would tutor her in her bed.
In this October, November 2015 period, was she in pain? Did you observe her to be in pain?
Progressively, yes. Initially, I don't think so. But very quickly, progressively, a lot of pain. It got to a point where I was only seeing her in her bedroom, and sometimes she would like moan, like kind of hum. So I would kind of know when to take a break. And when I would say, do you want to get your drink? Do you want to get you something to eat? And sometimes we would take a break, and at some point, we would just end the tutoring session.
And physically, I understand the moaning. How did she appear physically at this time?
At the end?
Yeah, early November.
So in the beginning, it feels so crazy to describe this, but like waist up, just great. And she's a real bubbly girl, a real girly girl. And always had her nails done, like to brush her hair. Always wanted, just real girly girl. And then as she was getting sicker, especially when she was in bed, like her eyes looked sunken in. It looked really gray. She kind of looked a little gray. Her legs were going in. She looked like a kid that wasn't going to make it.
this is again, fall 2015 before the trip to Mexico. How was Jack when you were in the home tutoring Maya?
So Jack was at home dad, and he was just kind of like that person that hid any nervousness behind it. You'd never know. Jack was always positive. Yeah, he was always making sure Kyle was taken care of and doing something, fishing or something. But yeah, he was just the epitome of the at-home dad, and he always had a super positive focus on what was going on or the kids. If he was worried, he would never talk to me about it until I walked up to my car. And when he would follow me is when I would know he would have something to maybe tell me. But up front and in front of the kids, it was always super positive. He loved being an at-home dad.
Was he welcoming? Was he offering you
Oh,
food?
100% all the time. Yes. Yeah.
What about Beata? Was she present during this time?
So some of the time she wasn't. I would typically try to get there at 4, sometimes a little later. It always depended on Maya's schedule and what was going on. And sometimes Beata would get home. I don't really remember her schedule. So sometimes I'd catch her at the end. If I recall her norm, she'd come in with a few groceries or a little bit of stuff to put in the fridge. And she would basically initially talk about how things were going with the kids. Kyle, do you have your homework done? Maya, how are you doing? She would try to not interrupt us, tutoring, but you never really hear her talk about work. I never really knew how her job was. She never came home in a negative attitude about her job. And it was usually, how are the kids doing? I think because I was there, she would touch me with Kyle. Kyle, how you doing? Do you have any homework? What are you doing? And then come over and see how Maya's doing. Try to touch base with me because I talked to Jack a lot about how she was doing academically, just because I was there with him the most. And she'd always try to get how's she doing compared to the other kids? What's going on? She would always do a touch base. Very, she's a Polish girl. So she was a little bit more matter of fact, just that demeanor she always had.
And over the course of the fall, did you, as you saw Maya with her eyes sunken in, did you become aware that they were going to take her to Mexico?
That's important testimony too, because you're going to hear a lot from the hospital witnesses about Beata's demeanor. And this witness, who's the teacher, Maya's teacher, is saying that's just the way she is. And there's going to be a lot of testimony about she's very direct. She's very, she is very tenacious. She's not going to give up. She's going to find the answer to this. She's going to find her daughter's diagnosis. She's going to find the best doctors for her. But the hospital and the people in the hospital are going to describe her very differently. So this testimony is important to establish that this is just the way Beata was. This was her personality. Doesn't make her a bad person. In my opinion, that's why they're showing this testimony specifically, this part of the testimony from the teacher. This is why they're asking her that.
Mexico for this ketamine treatment.
And sometime around that path, Maya and Beata had told us about this blog from a girl called Jessica's Journey. And so I shared it with the parents in my classroom. And
you're going to slow this down a little bit because she's talking about the Mexico treatment.
Sometimes we would take a break, and at some point we would just end the tutoring session.
And physically, I understand the moaning. How did she appear physically at this time?
At the end?
Yeah, early November
So in the
2015.
beginning, it feels so crazy to describe this, but like waist up, just great. And she's a real bubbly girl, a real girly girl. And, always had her nails done, like to brush her hair. Always wanted, just real little girly girl. And then as she was getting sicker, especially when she was in her bed, like her eyes looked sunken in. It looked really gray. She kind of looked a little gray. Her legs were going in. She looked like a kid that wasn't going to make it.
She looked like a kid that wasn't going to make it, she said. Did you catch that?
How was Jack when you were in the home tutoring Maya?
So Jack was at home dad, and he was just kind of like that person that hid any nervousness behind it. You'd never know. Jack was always positive. He was always making sure Kyle was taken care of and doing something, fishing or something. But yeah, he was just the epitome of the at-home dad, and he always had a super positive focus on what was going on or the kids. If he was worried, he would never talk to me about it until I walked off to my car. And when he would follow me is when I would know he would have something to maybe tell me. But up front and in front of the kids, it was always super positive. He loved being an at-home dad.
Was he welcoming? Was he offering you food?
Oh, 100% all the time.
He's a retired fire chief.
What about Beata? Was she present during this time?
So some of the time she wasn't. I would typically try to get there at 4, sometimes a little later. It always depended on Maya's schedule and what was going on. And sometimes Beata would get home. I don't really remember her schedule. So sometimes I'd catch her at the end. If I recall her norm, she'd come in with a few groceries or a little bit of stuff to put in the fridge. And she would basically initially talk about how things were going with the kids. Kyle, do you have your homework done? Maya, how are you doing? She would try to not interrupt us, tutoring, but you never really hear her talk about work. I never really knew how her job was. She never came home in a negative attitude about her job. And it was usually, how are the kids doing? I think because I was there, she would touch in with Kyle. Kyle, how you doing? Do you have any homework? What are you doing? And then come over and see how Maya's doing, try to touch base with me because I talked to Jack a lot about how she was doing academically, just because I was there with him the most. And she'd always try to get how's she doing compared to the other kids? What's going on? She would always do a touch base. Very, she's a Polish girl. So she was a little bit more matter of fact, just that demeanor she always had.
And over the course of the fall, did you, as you saw Maya with her eyes sunken in, did you become aware that they were going to take her to Mexico for this ketamine treatment?
At sometime around that path, Maya and Beata had told us about this blog from a girl called Jessica's Journey. And so I shared it with the parents in my classroom. And
all right, let's just focus you back.
Okay.
You're fine. I'll just focus you back to whether or not you became aware that she was going to travel to Mexico to receive some ketamine treatment.
Yes.
And I imagine there was an interruption in your tutoring of Maya while she was out of the country.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then at some point, either in December or January, your tutoring with Maya resumed.
Yes. As soon as she got back and was feeling ready.
And again, back in her home.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
How did she look after the ketamine treatment in Mexico?
She looked tired, but she didn't look so, she looked like she had a little bit more strength. She wasn't bedridden. She was in the wheelchair. And progressively within a month, it seemed like she was in October. Let's say she had strength back, but still in a wheelchair.
And so if you compare her physical condition before she left for Mexico and when she got back from Mexico, would you make that comparison for the jury, please?
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, she just seemed strong again. I wasn't going back and tutoring in her bedroom, but she still was in a wheelchair, but she just she was glowing. Maya glowed. She was that little girl that glowed. She was glowing.
Would you have to lift her out of her wheelchair at times?
Still then, a little bit, because her legs were kind of inverted, but she was her legs, her arms, she could move the wheelchair, where previous to that, I would sometimes have to push her, but at that point, she had the strength in her upper body.
And you tutored her throughout the spring of 2016?
Yes.
That was the end of her fourth grade year?
Correct.
And did she maintain status quo? Did she progressively get better during that spring, or did she get worse during that spring?
No, she got better. She was never out of the wheelchair, but there were times where she could kind of scoot herself around places. No, it seemed to be she was getting better. They just had to figure out how to get her legs working again.
What about her academic performance during the second half of her fourth grade year?
Yeah, Maya was a brilliant kid. If she hadn't been home health bound and going through what she was, I definitely would have recommended her for gifted to be identified and tested. So she could have had the option of going to a magnet school like Pineview if she wanted to. But there was just so much going on at home. I know that wasn't the concern of the parents, but oh yeah, she was very brilliant. She was one of my top students in a gifted classroom.
Wow. Brilliant.
Did the homebound program provide schooling over the summer of 2016?
I didn't always just follow what the homebound program did. If Maya had the need and she needed me to be there to teach her, I was there. So if Jack got a hold of me and Maya needed some help, I wasn't always confined to the dates of the homebound program. It would just be what do you need? What does she need? Does she need a break from school? Does she want me to come? So I know the next school year, I started up with Maya again before the school year started. And I know we didn't have a homebound contract at the time just because paperwork can take a lot of time. And I knew what Maya's needs were. So I started seeing her before school started, and Maya loved school. So she loved for me to come.
So outside of whatever the county was
yeah.
paying for,
Yeah.
you did this voluntarily
Many times.
and saw her over the summer of 2016.
Yes, especially that August before the school year started, making sure she was ready, seeing how she was.
And if I could ask you to draw a comparison again between how she's doing in August of 2016, she's now getting ready to start fifth grade.
Right.
How was she doing getting ready to start fifth grade compared to spring of fourth grade?
Right. Strong, still in the wheelchair, looked good, really bubbly, just couldn't, walk. But her demeanor, her arms, her body strength, everything was still like we were just waiting for something to happen. But yeah, positive, bubbly, excited. You always try to give them hope. So you're thinking, maybe you'll be able to Skype. Maybe you'll be able to come to the school again. Like in fourth grade, we didn't really know when it would turn.
Again, all this testimony is made to show that the treatment in Mexico was a positive thing, that this is another witness who's going to testify that she made marked improvements after that treatment in Mexico, that the hospital is going to try and paint as child abuse. So keep that in mind as you listen to these witnesses and what they observed about her condition, and think about whether as a juror you are going to give their testimony more weight as people who saw Maya every single day for years, as opposed to some of these treating physicians and social workers and child abuse doctors that may have seen her for 10 minutes before making the determination that there was CA in this house on that, the mother inflicted upon her, because those are the allegations that were made.
And over this 9-month period, January 2016 to September 2016, you were aware that she was getting periodic ketamine treatments.
Right.
And you tutored her almost every week.
Oh, yeah. Mhm.
Did you ever notice any negative effects from the ketamine treatments that affected her academic performance or ability to do her schoolwork?
No. A few times she seemed tired, but it never affected her ability. She was a super bright kid.
Okay, super bright kid. She was brilliant. She was receiving K treatments every single week. These infusions that you are going to hear, and I guarantee it, from the Hopkins doctors that were dangerous, that were making her, who knows what they're going to say about how it would affect her, make her catatonic, that it was a CA, that it was, a horrific thing to give this type of medication to a child. And you're hearing from her teacher who taught her every single day, who is testifying that during the course of these treatments, she did not notice a difference in her. She wasn't nodding off. She wasn't, she didn't seem whacked out. She didn't seem high stoned. She was a super bright kid. This is important, really important testimony, in my opinion.
And then we get to her admission to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital beginning of October 2016. By that point, you'd already started the regular school year.
Yeah. Mhm.
And so you were again going to her home.
Mhm.
Did you see a kind of a rapid decline just before she went into the hospital there?
Yeah, I think that last week before she went, we didn't even go see her. I think Jack or Beata might have texted us or myself and said, Maya's having a really tough day. So once or twice, and then all of a sudden we got the text directly from Jack that they'd taken her to the hospital.
And do you recall some confusion or some back and forth over whether she'd be allowed to have the homebound program in that 5th grade year? Can I show you an email?
Yeah.
Your Honor, if we could publish 2408-1675, which has been admitted.
You may.
Iris, they are alleging medical CA. Munchausen by proxy.
Take a moment if you wouldn't mind, just read it to yourself.
Right. Yeah. So that's September. Mhm.
So this is you writing to Beata and Jack.
Right.
And if you could just, I'm sure the jury's had a chance to read it as well, but if you could just summarize what was going on in the background here with the home healthbound program for Maya.
So just, the school year started, maybe we would have been in about 3 weeks according to that date. And the official paperwork had come that, that they would allow Maya to be home healthbound. But I'd already seen her previous to that. So this was just kind of making it official of would Monday and Thursdays work. And Mrs. Shepard and I would be rotating back and forth. But I do remember, I'm just recalling this, that at one point Jack said, even if the school system doesn't approve it, I'll just pay you. And
Sorry.
He didn't need to do that.
So Jack offered to pay you.
Yeah.
All right, we can take that down. Did you have any contact with any of Maya's physicians during this 2016 period before Johns Hopkins?
No, I'd only known that her primary care physician was Dr. Wassenaar, a really well-known pediatrician in Venice. Being a teacher since 1990, you know of a lot of pediatricians. I have 4 children myself, so I was keenly aware of great pediatricians in town. And parents will talk to you about them, so I knew that she was in good care. I knew that he had sent her or they had found a specialist, and so I knew that they were seeing a specialist, but I hadn't had contact with either of those, primary care or specialist.
But you knew of her pediatrician.
Oh yeah, everybody knew Dr. Wassenaar.
And so you mentioned a few minutes ago that Mr. Kowalski texted you and said that she'd been admitted to Johns Hopkins.
Right.
And then at some point after that, did you learn that she wasn't coming home in the near future?
No, I think it took me a while to figure that out. When I first started going up there, I didn't know that she would be coming home for a while. I felt like I was going up there a few weeks, and I just thought she'd be released any day. I think it probably took a month before any word had gotten to me, if I recall, that the hospital had kind of taken over her care. I was just going up there as like her teacher and continuing to do home health bound.
Did you come to learn what the allegations were against Beata?
Yes, I believe Jack might have texted me and said what had happened.
Mr. Wood, I don't understand what you're saying, Mr. Anderson.
I'm sorry.
I was trying to get the volume turned up a little bit. So I just had
The
time.
volume is at
Okay.
the highest level it can get.
I'm sorry. I have a very soft voice. I'll get closer. Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't understand those hand signals.
Trying not to interrupt. Secret language.
I'd like to show the witness Joint Exhibit 1073-65.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you recognize this?
Yeah, so that's an IEP. It's an individual education plan. I do a lot of these every year for gifted kids. Hers was unique. It was really the start of Sarasota County allowing a camera to be put in the schools. Of course, this was pre-COVID, so there was a lot of scare about allowing that to be happening in a classroom, a camera to be in the classroom videotaping, and a student to be Skyping with us. So it took a long time for our IT person to get this allowed.
And if we look at the bottom of that first page, I see your name and your signature, and then above that, I think I see Ms. Kowalski's name. You see that?
Yes.
So she was involved in this process.
Oh, yes.
And was she supportive or unsupportive of her daughter receiving some schooling?
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, the more she could get, the better. I think they were a little sad that they only got allocated 3 hours a week.
She wanted more.
Yeah.
And if you'll take us to page 69, please. And the bottom there, the meeting minutes, says Taylor Ranch will allow supplemental instruction such as Skyping into the classroom for reading and math instruction.
Correct.
What was the plan there for Skyping?
So this was this the beginning of her 5th grade year?
Yes.
And so we were going to try to do it. So we were like allocated 4 hours a week, but we really needed like 4 hours a day because I teach math and science 2 hours every day, and Mrs. Shepler teaches reading language arts 1.5 hours. So she would start in the morning, and she would start with Maya, and Maya would be in my classroom, and then my students would move into Mrs. Shepler's at 9:30. We have the same schedule now, and they would do reading language arts for an hour. But I do recall most of the time Maya couldn't make it back in the afternoon for my science instruction because she was tired or she had doctor's appointments. So she would basically be online with us from like 8:30 to 11:30 every morning. And then our kids would go to lunch. And then by the afternoon, most of the time she wouldn't make it back. So I am reading that it says 4 hours weekly, but we try to do it every day.
But the school district was willing to support remote education.
Yeah,
for
it was the
Maya.
first time ever. It was groundbreaking.
And you were more than willing to do
Oh,
it.
yeah, it was exciting. The kids would love to see her computer scroll in and they could see her face.
And so after she was at Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital in October, you mentioned you started being allowed to see her.
Right.
How was she doing in the first couple of weeks?
Yeah, she was, well, she was happy to see me. That's for sure. Just because it was a familiar face. I didn't think she would be there long because it didn't seem like she had been as bad as I'd seen her at her house. But then she got progressively sad because then Dad wasn't coming. It was just me. And then even when Jack was able to come, she really missed her mom. But academically, she was doing fantastic. She loved school. But pretty quickly, she wasn't as comfortable getting out of her bed and going around the hospital or going to the craft room or some of the things that we had done previously when I first started seeing her. Because she's a girly girl and she loves crafts, and she had crafts all over her room. And so I know she loved the craft room. And there was a piano in there and she loved to play the piano. But I guess I might have seen her for about, what was that, maybe 10 weeks, about 3 months maybe. And about halfway through, she really didn't go to the craft room much anymore after that.
Was that because she was in more pain or doing worse, or what was the reason?
She was in more pain, and she just laid in her bed a lot at that time. Instead of even sitting up, or just her disposition when I would get in there, or her position of her body. Towards the end, she was just laying down in her bed.
Well, let's talk about the process of getting into the hospital, getting access to Maya's room, and how you went about doing that each time? Was it social workers or nurses who would greet you at the hospital?
It was different every time. There didn't seem to be a pattern to it. I always have to check in at the front desk. And in the very beginning, they would always call like a social worker, and they would come down and meet me and guide me up. After a while, I believe the place I signed was very odd too. One time I signed like the clergy. There wasn't really a designated place maybe for me to sign. So that changed a lot. So I didn't always log in at the same place. And then after a while, I think they would call up. I always had to wear my teacher badge. And then they would say you could let her in. But her rooms changed quite a bit. So sometimes the social worker would come and guide me up to where her new room was.
Was the reception that you got warm or cold or indifferent?
It was a little indifferent, like, who are you and why are you here to see her? So I just introduced myself right away. I'm Jackie Dieter. I'm her teacher. I kind of wanted to reiterate that I wasn't related to her because I was assuming that there was something written in the file of people not being able to see her. And so that, I think, helped. And then they led me to her room. But no, there was never a, oh, hey, Jackie, so glad you're here to, teach Maya today. She really needs, somebody to see her. Never that reception. Very cold.
And what about the interactions you observed between Maya and the nurses that went in and out as you were tutoring? Cold, warm, indifferent?
Indifferent. Sometimes cold. Very disconnected. Very impersonal.
Did they seem like pediatric nurses and social workers who cared about this little girl, or didn't care?
Projection. Legal basis is respect. They're asking a teacher to comment on the care and treatment provided by nurses.
She can testify to her observations.
But the legal, that's in the scope of this witness's.
That objection I'll overrule.
Thank you.
So as a teacher, I think about teachers. And a lot of people went to college to be teachers. And they know how to teach. And then there's teachers that go to school to be a teacher and they're really good at it, like it was their gift and they're natural. And then there's teachers that care about their kids. And it's not just about teaching, it's also about teaching and caring. And so I guess if I was a teacher and had to relate to nursing, I would think there are nurses and they go to school to be nurses and they're good at their job.
It is a narrative. It's non-responsive.
I will sustain the narrative portion. Let's ask your next question.
Yes, Your Honor. Are there any particular interactions with a nurse or a nutritionist or a social worker that you recall?
So a few times I had interaction with a nutritionist who came in at the time that Maya was having to order her meal for the next time. And it was obvious at this point they were getting very frustrated in Maya because she kept ordering the same type of food. And even at one time, I looked at the menu and kind of went through the menu options with Maya to try to choose some other things. She liked the spaghetti noodles, but she didn't like sauce on it. She liked the jello or the pudding. She always had to have some type of dessert. And sometimes I don't remember the third thing or the vegetable, but it was one thing and it was like she ordered that same meal a lot. One time a nutritionist was very abrupt and quite not kind and said, Maya, you need to eat healthier. You need to eat, a more well-rounded dinner. And that, I believe, was the time that then I went through the menu with Maya and was trying to tell her, let's try to pick some things. I really initially thought, well, she's eating a lot of carbs. She needs some weight. So it's probably good she's loading up on pasta. Not that I'm a nutritionist.
Right. She's eating. Let her eat.
And got a little teary-eyed and said, I really miss my mom's cooking. Nurses came in all the time, took vitals, didn't say hello, didn't introduce themselves to me. Didn't want to know who I was. Took the.
Okay, I'm going to say that's very unusual because every hospital that I have ever been in or that my kids have ever been in, the nurses are always the kindest people in the hospital. So, and nurses are amazing. They can make or break your hospital stay. And it's shocking for me to hear this about a children's hospital. And it's also shocking for me to hear this from this particular witness because you can see I can see, I don't know if you can see, but it seems to me that this woman does not want to hurt anybody. She would not hurt a fly. She seems like one of the kindest women I've ever known, and I don't even know her. So I think that her testimony about the nurses is going to be believable, credible. Let me know what you think, but every experience that I've ever had in any hospital with nurses, the nurses have been amazing. So this really does surprise me, especially with regard to a children's hospital.
Vitals and left.
Again, it's not responsive to the question.
Sustained. Let's try to just answer the question
Well,
that's asked.
he just asked what's my interaction.
You're right,
Okay,
you're
okay.
You mentioned a few minutes ago, early on in her stay, her room was filled with crafts.
Mhm.
What about her doorway outside her door?
No, I don't ever remember her doorway. A few times I don't think there was a name on her door because we would go into, I recall 3 different rooms. I could be wrong. And I remember one time I went into one, I think it was the last room I remember, and there wasn't a name on it. And I thought we were going into the wrong room. So no, there was nothing that said, oh, this is Maya's room.
Other than you, who else do you know of that was allowed to visit during this first 4 or 5 weeks at the hospital?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
No, it
She can
doesn't.
answer
She can
if
testify
she
as
has.
to who she
So
saw.
my teammate, my teammate, Diane Shepler.
Maybe answer the question.
Do you know?
Oh, yes.
Why don't you try to lay a foundation?
Okay.
Do you know who else was allowed to see Maya during the first 4 or 5 weeks of her stay at Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital?
Diane Shepler was only able to go like maybe the first week.
What about her father? Do you know if he was allowed to go?
No, he couldn't go.
So you were the only point of contact?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of tension did that create for you as the point of contact for Maya with Beata and Jack as the parents?
I think at first they were super thrilled that somebody could go. And I would go by the house and pick up cards and teddy bears and nail polish. So I think they were just excited Maya would get to see somebody. And Maya was super excited when I'd walk in initially. And then later, I think it got harder when Jack also couldn't go. And I think when Maya was figuring this out, I knew she was so excited to see me, but I'm sure she wanted to see her mom and dad.
Were Jack and Beata hungry for information about their daughter?
Yes, very hungry. So basically when I would leave, because it was about an hour and 20-minute drive, I would call and I would just kind of give an update. And I was always trying to be super positive just because this is what parents need to hear. And I thought Maya would be home any day now. So almost every day I left, on my drive home, I would call and just give them an update of fingernail polish, teddy bears. Once or twice, Maya liked to do selfies. So she took selfies of us in the hospital room. And yeah, they were super hungry to hear how she was doing.
How did Beata react to this information?
She was relieved that like I could tell her about Maya and that Maya seemed really happy, or I painted her nails. It just felt like relief, like she had kind of been connected to Maya just by me being there and me talking about Maya and what our day was like that time. It really seemed like relief. And I'm sure with Jack, the same. I don't know if they had me, I think they had me on the speakerphone a few times, and a few times I think I was just talking to Beata. And then
Imagine being so starved for information about your own daughter that you haven't been able to see for 3 months. That the only information that you can get about your own daughter, because remember, the nurses were not allowed to talk to the parents either. The only information that you can get about your daughter's care and treatment and condition is from her home tutor, who was the only person allowed to visit her in the hospital. That breaks my heart.
I don't recall how much longer than Jack could finally go. So then the phone calls were almost just with Beata because she could hear from Jack how Maya was doing.
And over the 3 months that Maya was there, did you continue to provide updates to Beata, or did that become difficult?
Yeah, it became too difficult.
Can you explain a little bit to the jury?
Maya was just really desperate to see her. And I just think when I would talk about school and what we did, or if I took her to the craft room, or there was a fall festival one Saturday when I went up there. And I think I kind of knew Jack was seeing her. So Jack was able to give her the head, because she was really sad. She cried. She was desperate when I would then call and talk about me taking Maya to the fall festival. It was too much, and she so desperately wanted to be the one to see Maya that I bet I probably called her for the first 6 weeks, but I think the last month it just became too hard for me to. And we would do little summaries. I would give Maya a little summary of what she was doing for homework each week and what we were working on, and I would like forward, I think, those to Beata. But yeah, that became too hard.
Too difficult to keep giving Beata updates.
Yes, because I was the one seeing her instead of her mom.
This
Let
woman
me
has the
show
patience of a
you
saint, and if she couldn't do
What's
it,
been admitted as Exhibit 1001-2019. If we could publish that, Your Honor. Yeah. And if we could focus in, this looks like a October 23rd, 2016 social work note. And if we could focus in there on visit information, maybe just highlight that for the witness. You were, during this time, first of all, how far was the drive for you from your home or Taylor Ranch up to the hospital to see Maya?
It was about an hour and 20 minutes.
And so how often were you allowed or able to make that trip up to the hospital?
So when Mrs. Shepler couldn't go, she went maybe 2 or 3 times. And then for some reason, they weren't allowing her in there. I filled both of our positions. I would try to go twice a week.
Twice a week.
Mm-hmm.
And were you aware as to whether or not Maya was receiving any other instruction, 5th grade teacher or anything like that?
So I don't know how long she'd been here at the time. She'd been there a month.
She'd been here 2 weeks or so at this point.
At this point. So it was at the beginning of October. So the few times that I'd gone up to that point, and at that point, I think Mrs. Shepler had gone once or twice. We couldn't figure out if she had any kind of teacher allocated to her from the hospital or that county. And so I couldn't get anybody to give me that information. So the social worker that would escort me couldn't provide me any information on whether Maya was getting additional work to do. And so I had talked to the IT guy, Dave Chamberlain, Calamari, and he had worked out me bringing a computer up there and that we would Skype just like we had at school. And then when I got there with that computer, they said I couldn't leave it with her. So it was a laptop for her to be able to possibly Skype and do schoolwork with us. And then I had to take it home.
they took
I
away
would
her
bring my
laptop.
computer for us to do work with, but I couldn't leave her a laptop to Skype. And nobody ever, all that time they were there, nobody could ever tell me if there was ever anybody helping her.
And why did that cause you so much concern and heartache?
Well, I knew I was the only person to see her. I don't know if at that point Jack could even see her. She was a bright girl. She really needed academics. No matter what was going on with her medically, she loved school. This is a kid that could have done 8 hours of school a day. So I thought if this is what she's really good at and she likes, why wouldn't there be some program at the hospital or in the district that would give her somebody that maybe didn't have to drive an hour and a half and could only do it twice a week for 2 hours. So I just was really desperate for her to try to get some education and for her to not fall behind.
And this laptop, this was an effort to ensure that she had more than an hour and a half, 3 hours a week of education.
Yes.
And who at the hospital told you that the laptop could not be left with Maya?
I don't recall if it was the social worker that led me in or a nurse there. I don't recall what person, but I literally had to put it outside the door of her room.
All
What,
leading to
were
further
there any
isolation for this
specific
poor 10-year-old girl.
programs that were on that computer that would have helped Maya?
So the program that I brought the first time on my computer when I first went to see her is a program called Success Maker. The kids in the county use it. Right now, there's a new program that's replaced it. It levels kids where they're at academically. So for kids that are really bright, it's a really great program because if they're in a fifth grade class, they could be doing 6th and 7th grade work. So it's what they call an individualized instruction program. They're really popular throughout the country.
Let's speed this up a
And so
little bit.
it's a program that would have allowed her to work on math or reading at her level based on literally her responses to the problems. Those are very well-known computer programs. The first time I went with my computer, they actually didn't let me go in with it because they said she couldn't have access to email. And I just said, well, find out for me who I can talk to, social worker, DCF, who I could talk to that would help me bring it in so that under the time I'm here with her, I will be able to have her just do this program with me and ensure that she's not on email.
Did they ever get an answer back to you?
No, just the next time I went, I brought my computer.
Did they seem, as the nurses and social workers, concerned that this little girl was only getting 3 hours of education a week?
Objection on the speculation.
Sustain the questions for you.
What was their attitude about Maya getting more instruction other than an hour and a half or 3 hours you were able to get up there?
Same objection.
Objection, yeah.
You can answer that.
So my take on it as her teacher was, I didn't understand why, as the person that came to see her twice a week, there wasn't contact or communication with me answering any of that. Even to tell me, no, there's nothing here at this hospital that we do for her, or no, there's nobody in the county that can come and see her who's closer. So over that whole time, nobody ever contacted me about any kind of academic program for Maya.
In the times that you were there at the hospital, did you ever see them doing anything therapeutic for Maya? Occupational therapy, physical therapy, psychological therapy?
No, I didn't see any of that.
When you're seeing her very limited time, what was Maya's attitude towards schoolwork versus anything else?
She loved schoolwork, loved it. She might have loved crafts a little bit more than that, but she did love schoolwork. So when I would be there, she would be very excited to do school. She also would want to talk for a few minutes because her first, seeing me, I always knew we weren't going to do schoolwork right away. It would be, what did she do? What was her day like? Or did she meet any kids at the craft room? So she was social. She really liked to tell me about how things were going because she didn't really have anybody to tell that to every day. But she liked getting into school. She liked knowing, where are the kids at? Are they doing? How did they do on this? How did I do? So she liked to learn.
What was your observation about Maya's interaction with the nurses and social workers? How did Maya react when they entered the room?
This is objection again. Same with speculation. It's also been asked to answer.
The overall, you can answer.
She was frustrated when the nutritionist came in because I think she knew that she wouldn't be happy. The nurses that came in and took her vitals, there was no connection to very much at all. It was very disassociated and impersonal. And every once in a while when I would go there, she would say whatever we were talking about, because the nurses kind of came in.
Sustain this argument.
Whenever,
I'll have to ask the question.
oh, okay.
Would Maya ever express to you any suspicions about the hospital?
Objection to hearsay.
Sustain.
No, Maya can testify to what she told her. It's not hearsay. Maya's going to testify.
Do you recall any spontaneous statements that Maya made to you about hospital's treatment of her?
Same objection.
Sustained.
I disagree. For the record, note my objection.
to move on, I probably got you in trouble. So
Okay.
I'm going to move on.
I don't feel in trouble.
Okay, good. What about, did Maya appear to you to be in pain as it progressed from November to December?
She would verbalize that she was in pain. She would tell me, she would initially say it, and then we'd get to our business talking, or sometimes she had me paint her fingernails or braid her hair. And then we would do school, and she would kind of just be quiet the whole time. And randomly, a nurse would come in and she'd tell them, I'm in pain. Where sometimes when she would tell me that, I would say, when the nurse comes in, tell them that, because I can't do anything about it. Or I would just try to comfort her verbally.
And when she told you observed her telling the nurses this, was there a reaction, one of concern or one of indifference? What was the reaction?
Mostly indifference.
How was she doing, other than the pain she was expressing, how was she doing physically as the time went on in the hospital?
So as the time went on in the hospital, she looked like she did when I had seen her the year before. The progression was very similar, from outgoing and bubbly at the kitchen table, and she would sit up in bed, or we'd get in the wheelchair and go down the hall, to then she didn't want to get out of the bed. Her legs and feet had gone in again. And she would just lean back and kind of surrounded by pillows. So I definitely saw her following exactly what happened the previous year.
This all ended in January of 2017.
Right.
At December of 2016, did you have any contact with Beata about how Maya was doing?
I don't recall that I ever could tell her Maya looks awful again, because I think that would have broken her heart. And I think because I knew Jack was able to relay what Maya looked like in bed, I figured he would be the one that could have told her how Maya was doing.
In this third month of her admission, how did you feel going to visit Maya as she was getting worse and you didn't feel comfortable telling Beata?
So it was feeling kind of desperate at that time, because now I feared she wasn't getting out. This was going on too long and something more serious was going on. She was looking worse, like right before they went to Mexico. So I kind of had hope in a weird way. I thought whatever treatments the hospital could give her, because how it had been described to me previous was,
Objection to hearsay.
Next question.
Let me just re-ask the question.
okay.
How did you feel being in this position where you felt uncomfortable relaying what you were observing to Beata and seeing Maya deteriorate?
Just judge the objection on the relevance.
I'm going to overrule the relevance. She can answer that question.
That's surprising.
It felt very difficult to not tell Beata, because Maya looked really bad. It reminded me of what she looked like the year before. And because Jack could see her, I just assumed Jack was telling her. It's a very difficult thing for me to not communicate that to Beata.
How did you learn what happened with Beata on January 8th, 2017?
Jack texted me on my phone.
Did you attend the funeral?
Yes. There were a few celebrations of life.
And then when Maya came home, did you resume tutoring again?
Yes.
So you'd seen her, of course, you'd seen her these months in the hospital. You'd also seen her outside of the hospital before she went in.
Right.
And you saw her when she came out of the hospital.
Correct.
Was she better or worse? And if you could describe to the jury, how so?
After the hospital?
After the hospital.
Of course, she was super depressed or sad because she lost her mom. I think just like a breath of fresh air emotionally, mentally, because she had Kyle and her dad. Still seemed really weak. Initially, was super weak at the funeral. Looked tired. Then it took a while. Maybe to April or May, that she looked like she had strength again. She attended the graduation at school. And I think by then she was doing the wheelchair again. That was always a good indicator for me if her upper body was strong. And we had given her a Taylor Award. And so she was recognized at graduation, and she seemed to try to see, she seemed happy again.
Were Beata's concerns that Maya wasn't going to make it in the hospital justified from your
Objection,
perspective?
Your Honor. On speculation.
Same.
Were there times that you thought Maya wasn't going to make it in the hospital in late December, early January?
Objection again comes from medical opinion.
Overrule that.
She looked like she did the year before, right before she went to Mexico. So she looked sunken in eyes, gray skin, she'd lost weight. She was definitely not getting better. And yes, if I had been a mom, I would have most definitely thought, this girl's not gonna make it.
And as you finished out her 5th grade year now,
Mhm.
was she determined to get better?
Maya was always determined to get better. She was a little feisty fighter. She was not gonna let this break her, and she wasn't gonna let a wheelchair limit her. She was always a fighter. So yeah, she was gonna fight.
Was she like her mom in that way?
Yes, she was a lot like her mom in that way.
Your witness.
Okay, these are the cross. We need more tissues.
Hey, good afternoon. Let me, Clay, maybe if you can put up the exhibit 2516001. Yes, this is an evidence. It'll publish this to the jury starting in evidence. At the start of the email, Ms. Dietert, it says that the county has changed their stance to allow Maya to be home health bound this year. Do you remember the circumstances where the county first said Maya couldn't do homebound and then switched it?
I do not, but I just know when the school year started, they weren't going to allow it. I don't know what determines why a student could be home health bound.
So let me ask this. Were you aware of any psychiatric crisis that Maya suffered prior to this that led to a relapse?
No, I was not aware of anything like that.
Okay, so let me ask you about, and Clay, if you'll put up Joint Exhibit 107364. And just the part where it says primary disability hospital / homebound.
Okay.
Let me just make sure that we understand that this is the highest level of disability in the school district. Is that right?
Yes.
Meaning there's different levels of independence from a student being allowed to come into the class. And this one is so restrictive that the child's going to be determined that they're not leaving the house. Is that correct? Okay. And we saw your signature earlier. I don't need to show it, but you participated in this consultation and decision?
Yes.
Okay. So let me ask you next about Joint Exhibit, which is in evidence 1073/76. Actually, let's do 75 first, please. The decision to homebound a student is based on a medical referral. Is that correct?
She doesn't work
Yes,
for the
no, it is.
administration. I don't
Okay.
think
If you'll
she
scroll a little
should be able to
lower,
testify to
please.
that.
Some of the questions on this, for example, number 7, could the student attend school with accommodation and, thank you, it's blurry, but it says, could the student attend school with accommodations, example, second set of books at home or use of a wheelchair? On Maya's form, that was checked no by her doctor. Is that right?
Yes, that's what this form says.
And then the next one below asks if there could be an accommodation. It says, could the student attend school regularly and receive homebound or hospitalization services on an intermittent basis? And that's also checked no.
I see that, yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then the next question is the one I wanted to ask you about. Is the student, in this case Maya, confined to a home or hospital full-time, homebound or hospitalized? Are those services recommended? And that's what Maya was recommended for, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so at least as of August 2016, before Maya went to All Children's, the school district, on a form that you helped complete and sign, were making the representation that Maya was going to be in the most restrictive learning element for this year, meaning she was too sick to even leave the home. True?
Objection. Legal basis, misstates the evidence. Overruled.
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Sure. According to the classifications for the Sarasota County classifications for homebound, based on the forms that you participated in and based on the medical review, as of August 2016, the school board determined based on the medical information that Maya was unable to leave the home at all to come to school and participate. Is that true?
Yes, that's what this form says.
Joint Exhibit 107376, this is the next exhibit. This is from, I think you mentioned Dr. Wassenauer, you're familiar with him?
Right, yes.
There was a question about whether the student, in this case Maya, was taking medications as part of the forms that you guys review?
Yes.
Okay. And the answer is multiple medications in a way that may sometime affect the patient's cognition and ability to focus. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know which medications Maya was taking in August of 2016 that would have caused that statement from Dr. Wassenauer?
Objection. She's not a
I
doctor.
do
She
not
can't
know
testify as
which
to what he wrote
he's
down.
talking about on this. It's not listed, but I do believe at that time she was taking ketamine.
Okay. And from what you recall, the ketamine would have been one of the drugs that may have affected her cognition.
It didn't seem to affect her cognition.
Let me ask you
ask
about,
that
if you scroll
question.
up, it's there on the form. The starting date for this form is August 22nd, 2016. Do you see that? And this would have been the medical, well, let me just back up, just so the jury understands. A medical referral is necessary from a doctor before the school will put a student on homebound, correct?
Correct.
And this is the form that the school district would rely on, this one from Dr. Wassenauer.
Correct.
Okay, so on August 22nd, 2016, Dr. Wassenauer, on behalf of Maya, is representing to the school district on the form that you guys rely on, that she is too sick to leave the home for education. Is that how I understand this?
Yes, it looks like that's what it's saying.
And this would be approximately 10 days after, well, let the record reflect, this is 10 days after the video that the court had seen published to the jury earlier of Maya in the pool. So let me ask you about the next form, which is the 107374. And again, this would be the prescription from Dr. Wassenauer that says that Maya is confined full-time to her home that you would rely on. Is that right?
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay. Do you, and if you don't, that's okay. Do you have a frame of mind of how Maya was doing, for example, in August or September or October before she went into All Children's Hospital?
Similar to the spring the year before, was still in a wheelchair, couldn't walk, good upper body strength, very positive disposition.
Okay. So let me ask you, and you may know, I can show you the documents, but I don't want to take up too much of your time. Maya was also on homebound. So this is the 5th grade year, correct?
Correct.
And it's just so that we have, dates are flying over the place. Maya was obviously at All Children's per the DCF order from October 2016 to January 2017. That would be the 5th grade year.
Right.
And you were her exceptional learning teacher for that period of time?
Yes.
And you were also, for the 4th grade year, you were also her teacher as well?
Yes.
And so you were helping her with homebound learning in 4th grade?
Correct.
And then that continued in 5th grade?
Correct.
Okay. Once you were allowed visitation through DCF at All Children's Hospital?
Yes.
Correct? Did you have to undergo a background check through them, or was that already cleared because you're a teacher? Do you know?
I think it must have been already cleared because I was a teacher.
Okay. Not trying to trick you on dates, I promise. It looks like you were able to see Maya fairly early in her hospitalization.
Yes.
One of the first visitors allowed.
Yes.
Were you ever denied access when you went up to All Children's to visit Maya?
No.
Okay. The jury heard.
Okay, I'm going to say that's probably because it's a constitutional right that she has to education. So I don't know what he thinks he's proven here by saying, well, we let you go see her, so we're not that horrible.
Heard about a time when there was a laptop that you asked whether she could be left with, and at least according to the record, or you remember the nurse saying it has to be left outside.
Right, and then I couldn't leave it with her.
Okay. Do you know whether that was pursuant to a DCF rule or a court order? Do you know?
They did not tell me of anything like that.
Okay. So at least as of today, you don't know whether laptop restrictions were ordered by the court or ordered by DCF.
Yes, I was not aware
Okay.
that would happen.
To the best of your recollection, did you you came twice a week while she was in the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. At least according to the records, well, let me show you joint exhibit. I'll show you one. It would be joint exhibit 1073227, which has been admitted into evidence. Play. and if we could publish that to the jury. Are these the sheets that you sign off on when you visit Maya?
These are the sheets that we do. Yeah.
And I just wanted to ask you, it looks like you bring back the sheets to Beata for her to sign off on afterwards?
Right.
Okay. And just for example, on the 24th of October, this would signify, I mean, the jury knows that Maya's at All Children's per a shelter order, but this would signify that you went to All Children's, for example, on the 24th.
Correct.
And you spent, it looks like 2.5 hours with Maya.
Yes, it would typically be about that time frame. Mhm.
Yeah, and there's, all of the records seem to show that, just so we don't have to go through each
Okay.
one, but to the best of your recollection, you were going up to All Children's about twice a week for 2.5 hours per session.
In the very beginning, Mrs. Scheffler went.
Okay.
And then when she wasn't going, I took both of our places.
Understood. Do you ever recall having to cut a lesson plan short?
I don't really recall that. I typically recall trying to stay there longer than this paperwork could even share, just because I tried to get as much in as I could.
Sure.
And sometimes it wasn't, sometimes 15, 20 minutes would be us catching up and chatting.
Gotcha.
So at the hospital, that could have happened towards the end when she would be tired.
Okay. At least according to the records, each one shows that you spent at least 2.5 hours with her. Is that consistent with what you generally recall, or maybe more?
Well, 30 minutes of this was planning before I would go, and then 2 hours tutoring. But yeah, I would basically always spend 2 hours with her.
Okay.
And the dates weren't always, like I would sometimes go on a Saturday.
You talked earlier on about some frustration about Maya, in your belief, wanting, or maybe you thought she needed a little more education. Did you ever reach out to DCF and ask them if she could have more educational visitors at the hospital?
I don't believe I reached out to DCF. I guess I didn't know that that's the line I would have gone. I thought approaching the hospital would be how I would find that out.
Okay. But at least from what you recall, you didn't reach out to either the court or DCF and ask them if they could allow more educational opportunity?
I did not.
Okay. After Maya was released from the hospital, you continued to tutor her at her house?
Correct.
Okay. Let me ask you, this is also a joint exhibit that's been received in evidence, 1074003. This, on the right side, would be her school grades, Maya's. And again, the year would be 2016 through 2017. Would you be the teacher providing the language art and math grade?
Language arts would have been Mrs. Scheffler, and math would have been myself.
Okay. And this calendar school year, for the period which Maya was sheltered at the hospital, she still got straight A's?
Yes.
If you'll go to 1074004, the next page. And on the left side is the 2017-2018 school year. Let me just ask you, did you remain in touch with Maya after she went to middle school?
Mostly through her father on what was going on and how she was doing.
Mm-hmm. Were you aware that Maya got straight A's the next year?
I was not aware.
Okay. Were you aware that Maya was back in school physically the next year after she left All Children's Hospital?
I had heard that she was at Venice Middle, yeah.
Okay. And just if you can help me interpret this, the next year after Maya left All Children's for the next school year, does this report card show at the bottom the numbers of days she was in school versus the number of days she's absent?
Yes, it does.
And what does it show for the next academic year after she was released from the hospital in terms of her being absent or in school?
That she was absent 4 days.
Do you know how Maya's doing now academically?
I'm assuming she's doing amazing.
Yeah.
But I haven't reached out to her high school teachers.
Okay.
Whom I know.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Did you hear what he said? He was like, yeah. Okay, it's important to note too that she was finally given back to her father in January of that year, and the next school year didn't start until September. And she loved school. We know that she loved school. Was she in a wheelchair in school? We don't know that. We know that she was only absent 4 days. She loved school. I don't know what he's trying to prove here.
Okay.
May I do redirect, Your Honor?
Oh, Mr. Whitney started this witness.
Oh, he's not going to let the other attorney do redirect. He's like, no, that guy, your co-counsel started, so he's going to have to do the redirect. That's kind of it.
at no point while Maya was on these ketamine treatments did her performance waver. Is that right?
Correct.
Important.
Were you aware of her attitude or of going to school in a wheelchair?
She didn't mind being in a wheelchair. She was excited to be at school, and I'm assuming that's how it was in middle school too, but in my classroom, she didn't mind that.
You know Dr. Wassenaar. You know of Dr.
I know
Wassenaar.
of him, yes.
And you were just presented a form where he answered a questionnaire.
Correct.
And there was some mention on that questionnaire that some medications may cause cognitive difficulties.
Correct.
It didn't specify on that form what medications those would have been, did it?
No.
It didn't specify whether those medications prescribed by Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital, did it?
No.
If it was ketamine, you interacted with for that long, did you ever, there's a concern on that form that there might be some cognitive difficulties based on unspecified medications, but you were aware of the ketamine, right?
Correct.
Did you ever see any cognitive difficulties of Maya's during these ketamine treatments?
Never.
No further questions.
Anything else, Mr. Shapiro?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, are there any questions? Seeing none, ma'am, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now despite the fact that the jury says they have no questions, they're going to
Members
now
of the jury,
talk
I
to
think
the
this is a
judge
good
for a
time
little
for us
bit,
to
and then the jury is going to say they have questions. And then, even though she's driving home, they're going to call her back for just 2 more questions. So I'm just going to forward to that. And then this witness is done and they are done for the day. So let's just go to, I know my mods want to go to bed. So let's, I'm tired too. 6, 48, 13. And he's saying, just remember, you're still under oath right here.
Heads up, I'm going to do that. Let's bring in the jury. That's fine. Yeah, you can set up. Sure, that's right. Okay, well, everyone, please be seated. Welcome back, members of the jury. Want to confirm while you were away, believing you were on your holiday here, that you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? Okay. And ma'am, you understand you were still under oath?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the jury had some questions, so I'm going to go ahead and read the questions and you can answer the jury. You mentioned sitting Maya up on a bar stool. How did you keep her upright without support?
So I'm sorry, their bar stools had like back support. So when I would go to tutor her at her house in their kitchen, I would put her up there and she would just sit.
Okay. Did you ever see Maya in a wheelchair with a strap or support or upright?
I don't recall that.
And can you describe how you managed Maya's limited mobility?
In the classroom or at her house or at the hospital?
Well, I don't really know.
So should I answer all 3?
Yes, let's do it that way.
So in the classroom, one of her really good friends, Sophia, was in the class. So Sophia loved pushing her around. Sometimes I would push her to and from. She always stayed in her wheelchair. She never moved into a seat. At her house, same thing. Some of the time she would move herself when her upper body strength was good. And then I would just move her out of her wheelchair into the seat. And then at the hospital, it was hit and miss, but pretty similar. If she wanted to go to the craft room or someplace, I would lift her out of the bed and put her in her wheelchair and we would go. Depending on her strength level, I would push her in the wheelchair or she would roll it with her arms. And then we would get back and I would put her back in her bed.
and you somewhat answered this, but did you ask for support to help lift her?
No, I done it so many times.
Okay.
For so long.
Mr. Whitney, do you have follow-up questions based on the jurors' questions?
Yes, sir. Just very briefly. Those questions didn't address the time period. So at her house in the spring of 2016, how did you manage her mobility? Did you have to lift her out of her wheelchair, or did she do it herself?
No, in the spring of 2016, was that her?
After Mexico?
Yeah, no, she had arm strength at that time.
That's all I have.
Mr. Shapiro, anything further?
No, class dismissed.
Well, members of the jury, do you have any other questions? This is a speak now or forever hold your peace type of moment. Okay, seeing none. At this time, you are free to go. Thank you.
Wow. All right. So now we see what it's like for them to look at Maya. Oh, pretty girl. Now we see what it's like when the jury gets to ask questions. We know what they're thinking. We know what they want to know. So that was kind of interesting, huh? We don't do that here in New York. Jurors are not allowed to ask questions. I'm going to go to the super chats real quick to thank everyone. Thank you, Allison, for your super chat. Thank you for covering this case with such dedication. Thank you. Thank you to my mods, you guys. This was a long day for all of us. We did a two a day today. Nancy, thank you so much for the super sticker, $9.99. I appreciate you so much. And Lisa, if I didn't get to you, to thank you so much for your $2 super sticker. Donna said, this case is in my backyard. I worked at these kids' school in Sarasota County. I'm so saddened by this case. Wow, this must really, really hit you hard. Like it hits a lot of us hard, who are moms, who are parents, who know people who have this disease, who know people that have been stuck in the system. Maureen, hi. Will you be covering the West sentencing on Thursday? Yes, if it actually happens. I feel like it's been adjourned a million times. So hopefully, yes, it is going to happen. And I'm sure Duty Ron will want to do that. I'll do that with him on his show. I feel like this is a precedent setting case, says Brooklyn Pizzola. I agree. And look, they're suing for $200 million. It's just a number. You can sue for any number you want. Doesn't mean they're going to get $200 million. That you can sue for any number that you want. It doesn't mean you're going to get it. It doesn't even mean they're going to win the case. So, don't let that number get you all in a tizzy. It doesn't really mean anything. It doesn't mean that that's what a jury would award. It means, it's just a number, guys. It's just a number. You can ask for any number you want. Oh, thank you so much. We are so entertaining. We are. I usually talk so much more than I did during the stream. It was so hard not to talk for so many hours, but we're still here and we made it through. And you know what? We had close to 400 people in here for 4 hours. I think that's a pretty good retention rate for something that was this long. Thank you, Miss Donna Marie. I know this is late, and I know you guys were here at 10 a.m. this morning when we started this case. So thank you to all my moderators for keeping the chat classy. I could not do this without you guys. We may need to recruit some people into our little group of moderators from the West Coast and, from Australia, maybe, because of all the different time zones. So, we may have to do that. I'm getting a little bleary-eyed here. Don't forget to hit the like button and please subscribe. It's free. Thank you, Charlotte, for reminding me. Thank you. Oh, Peter, thank you for your dedication. You and your wife are amazing, Rochella, and also to Gadsden Freedom Outdoors. Thank you so much for being my moderator. You guys, this is people have really strong opinions on both sides of this case. So I do encourage respectful debate, because I know that there are a lot of strong feelings on both sides. And I can respect that. But I do appreciate the fact that I think for the most part, the chat was pretty classy tonight and people were being respectful to each other, because we do have a lot of subs that are suffering from CRPS and have told us in the chat how devastating it is. And if you haven't watched that part of the stream, I think it was at the very beginning when we did talk about that, and maybe from this morning, and they're all blurring together after this. after this time. So there will be more testimony tomorrow. I do not think this is a case to live stream because there's just too many breaks and too much in between time that would be downtime. So I think that if there is enough interest, we can do a catch up maybe in the afternoon where we can play some of the testimony on a faster speed. I'll have a chance to look through it and to parse it down a little bit. So if there is interest in that, please let me know in the comments. This was a very, very long one today, and I'm glad that you, those of you who are interested in it, are following along. I think this is a very, very important case to cover because this is an issue that a lot of people don't know about. That if you take your child to the hospital in certain places in certain states where maybe it's because DCF was privatized in this case, that your parental rights can be stripped away from you within 24 hours, and they can falsely accuse you of Munchausen by proxy because your child is really ill with an illness that they do in fact actually confirm, and then keep your child away from you for 90 days. And I think that a lot of you made the connection that, because Beata came from a communist country, that she felt that the only way for her to get her daughter back home was to sacrifice herself and her own life. And that is heartbreaking. And whether you think the hospital is responsible for that or not, it's a heartbreaking story on so many levels. And I think, in a lot of ways, we need to start looking out for our parental rights because they are being taken away in a lot of areas. We saw that during the lockdowns. I could talk to you about the Board of Ed meetings that I went to on Zoom to try and get some, the Board of Ed to pay attention about why the kids needed a little more interaction. I don't even want to get into that now because that is a whole other story, but we need to pay attention to this because we need to shine a light on this. It's always about saving the children, and I know you guys feel the same way, and let's shine a light on it. Keep on keeping on, everybody. Again, thank you. Thank you so much. See you again real soon. Good night.